And we're live, DM, or DA, depending on where you are, because we're all around the globe. I'm your host for today, Unipuff, and I'm here with Bogey right there.
Yo, yo.
So today is the continuation of yesterday's foray into the metaverse. We have a diverse set of guests today, some eccentric personalities and some very interesting projects that you're gonna see later on. Um, there seems to be a common thread, which is an artistic flair that all these projects share, which is nice to see propagate as Web3 becomes a more welcoming place for the so-called creative class, to use Richard Florida's terminology. That's also describes a lot of us involved in metagame, because basically we're a bunch of hikers, hipsters, and hippies anyway. So it speaks to us, and among the communities and projects present today, we'll have meta builders, Rodao, Urbanica, and blockchain relics, as well as some metagame natives, which will show you around our spaces in Voxels, and especially in Neos, where we have a very cool workshop today. So before we get into that, Bogi, do you have any thoughts on the day? Any projects that you are especially excited about?
I'm pretty excited to hear what Urbanica is gonna talk about. Because they're like about solar punks, and that's like a new emerging thing that's trending in the Web3 space. So like I'm really excited to see like what's said with Urbanica. I'm really excited for that one. But I'm also excited for everything else as well. I'm not picking favorites or anything like that. But what I'm trying to say is like I'm just like solar punk. Like the past couple months, like it's kind of like something in the back of my head's like, yeah, I need to like focus some energy here, kind of thing. But yeah, man.
And we talked about Solarpunk also in the beginning, and
Hmm.
it seems to be spreading. The meme of it seems to be spreading, and
Right.
it's very interesting because if you see at urban planning and what is actually happening in cities, they
Hmm.
seem to go towards solar. It's nice to see that actually. That's we're both serious about what we do here. We do stuff that aims for impact, for real world impact, but also we have this laid
I love
back,
it too. Like I
ironic kind
like
of
how like
vocabulary getting in,
I
which is
really
very
like
interesting,
in
and I really like
Web3
it.
as well.
Really
Like
vibe with that.
how new words are being made for to describe these new dApps that are coming out. Like I'm trying to think of one right now, and I'm just drawing a blank. But I think you know what I mean. Y- I'm gonna try and find one.
Yeah,
Let me just try and
yeah.
Google for one. Like there was one I saw recently, and I was like,
You know
That's not even a word, but it makes sense for this dApp." Like that kind of stuff, the
what
slangs.
actually happened right now is that when somebody forgets and the other person also synchronizes into that weird like
So,
wait. And I also like am like a blank slate right now. There's so much vocabulary in DeFi. It just went off the window. Maybe that's Moloch, like infecting us.
maybe. Probably, yeah. Trying to distract us from the task at hand, which is the
Maybe
big
we
chill.
need Nova's blessing.
Maybe. Nova is with us, yes. She was hiding earlier, but I was like, hey, well, it's time again. It's day 3. Let's go. And yeah, she's here. So
Watching from above, blessing us. Come on, Nova. Come on. Let's do it. Let's do a Nova summoning real quick.
Nova's.
Let's do it. Says to Banis Moloch today. Moloch. Okay, right. So, um, are we going to do a break in a bit, or
Well, I
should we
mean, the
chillax a
first
bit?
we could chill. Like, we could play some music. We can like, I don't know. Should we have a look at what's actually going on currently in the space? Like,
Hmm.
and we can probably reflect on the past 2 days as well. Like, what happened yesterday. Yesterday was pretty cool. We played. I'm just gonna go reverse chronological order. So at the end of yesterday, Penguin, like we played Mud XYZ, and that was a really cool experience. Like, not on so many different levels. Like, I felt like it's so bizarre, but I'll save that for a later day. But I'm just talking about, what happened. Like, okay, so yeah, we played games, and then we had some really awesome talks. Conquest, at Mud XYZ. Who else was there? Help me out, bro.
Um. There was like so much stuff.
Mud
Like
XYZ,
you said,
Atlantis,
we also
Moloch
get
Digital,
went into
Neos.
Neos.
Yes,
Yeah,
I was
and
in
we'll
Neos, and
go in Neos again, and that's like yeah, Atlantis World. Like I was really
yes.
excited about that. I was really surprised by what I saw. The
Hmm.
like huge progress from when I remember Atlantis just getting
From the scrolls
ready.
till now, bro, like,
Yeah, yeah, from the early
yeah,
stages to now, there's so much that has been done, and I
it's
really like
amazing.
this alternative, like this world where you have everything you need. You don't need to open a new tab and just lose yourself in the process. You can just walk there with your little like 2D avatar and just use the actual protocol.
Hmm.
Use
Like,
and
you just
it
walk up
was
to the table or the NPCs, and you're like, okay, and now I'm at the DAP, and it's like, wow, yeah, man, that blew me away. I was like, whoa, because I had never seen like any of the early alpha. I missed the whole scroll, Atlantis scroll mint, and I was real sad about that for a bit. But I mean, I'm just grateful I got to see what's to come, man. It's ridiculous. Yeah.
and I think this is not the only thing that's gonna be in Atlantis. And we had some
Right?
like some teasers, some PVE elements that may be introduced later on. So um, I'm I'm interested to see what will be in the future of Atlantis World. What
Who
else
else
do
did
we
we have? So yeah, and
do?
we also had like some of like, in my opinion, the top of the top when it comes to open metaverses, and like we had Jin, we had the Atlantis guys, and yeah, man, it's just crazy being there. So it's like sitting there and like they're just talking about each of their own projects, and I'm like, whoa, this is sick. I was just proper nerding out yesterday, man. Like, and I think the same thing's gonna happen today.
Oh, we got here.
Oh, that's on Discord. That's the ops
Hmm.
chat, I think. But I mean, should we like, do you want to go on like a little break just to have a chat with everyone else, just for like 2, 3 minutes?
Yeah, just to
Or
get
yeah,
a sense
I
of
mean, there's
what's
nothing
going
actually
on.
happening till for like 25 or so minutes. We just kind of went, okay, we started at the same time. We're trying to just start at the same time every day. So this is like a intro type of vibe. kind of trying to recap yesterday, and yeah. So we'll be right back after a little like breather, I guess. Yeah, sweet. Stay tuned.
Soundtrap is the easiest way of producing music. Simply select an 808 kick, add some sizzling hi-hats,
yeah, you hear that? That's the
Okay, welcome back, gang. So, first for today, we'll have Tenfini, again, continuing the voxel goodness from the past 2 days. So, we'll jump right in. What's good, Tenfini? What's good?
Well, I think for today, we are going to maybe do a little basic crypto voxels for the first few minutes, and then we'll get into maybe some what I would call maybe more advanced crypto voxels. I know that people that are coming to crypto voxels in a lot of cases are never going to build anything in here. They're never going to have a parcel. They're just invited in to come to some event. So I always want to be conscientious about letting people know sort of that set of skills. It's pretty limited. It's just basic gameplay, but I think we should spend most of the hour getting in and looking at building in here, because it doesn't cost any money to build. There's things called spaces, and if you just want to get started for free, you would enter in that way. And then if you like it, there's opportunities to buy your own fixed parcel, which is the ones I'll be in today. These are fixed parcels. They're either owned by me or they're owned by other people, and then I have collaborative rights to use them, which means I can go into their parcels and kind of outfit it with neat content. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to go basically back to the voxels.com website. And is there anything in specific that you wanted me to get started with, Unipuff, or should I just jump right in and go for it?
And building on it myself, I very quickly understood that, and it seems like it's very bare bones, very.
Oh no, we lost Unipuff. He might be having bandwidth issues.
Okay, I think he probably, I think where he was going was he likes sort of the simplicity that if you have any experience in something like Minecraft, visually it's understandable what's happening. Now the interface, what I found interesting about a year and a half ago when I got involved in voxels, I thought that was their design style. And it was really, I think it was more so that they just weren't sophisticated and used finding out that that's kind of true in all development. There's some people that are really good with how things operate in the background, and there's a whole other set of people that are dealing with the design. And I think Voxels is really trying to improve things, even though they're doing it in very, very sort of rudimentary, simple ways. Like the biggest improvement I've seen over the last year was even they added this play button with a color in it. It was like before it was just this black square button. They actually did some styling in this word crypto voxels right here. And I'm telling you, that's like the only thing I've seen in the last year on this front page. But they're adding a lot of great features to it that are, for people like me, I really appreciate, like gated parcels and being able to run scripts, and you can load NFTs in here and have it hyperlinked to OpenSea. It's like, it's so rich with features that it takes somebody like me that kind of like knows kind of the difference. So I'm taking my parcels and now making the parcels look better than the Crypto Voxels homepage, because the crew over there is really just giving me a lot of features, but it's my responsibility to take those features and then make something interesting in voxels. They don't pay me. I don't work for them. I just happen to own these parcels and I can do whatever I want in them. And I thought about a year ago, it would be really smart to work with people like Metagame and says, look, Metagame is content rich. They have all this great stuff, but they don't really have a way to present it properly, except in a flat website, you know, or a Notion page or a Figma file. So my thinking was, look, if I took all of those elements and were able to kind of move them forward into kind of an immersive experience, we will be leaps ahead of where most other either businesses or organizations are, because we have this alternative way of consuming information. And I think that that's a real huge opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. I completely agree. Adding an extra layer of contextuality does, like, you know, make things easier to digest and, you know, resonate further out into the ethos. Yeah, I completely agree with you.
So what I'm going to do is like, so this front website is like, there's actually a lot going on here. So I'll just briefly talk about it. These things called WOMPs. If you're standing anywhere in the world and you want to broadcast what you're looking at, you push, I think it's the P key. And the P key creates a screenshot of where you're standing, and then it allows you to like write a little message with it. And surprisingly enough, I use these fairly often where if I'm in Crypto Voxels and I'm doing some building, I'll get a little notification and I can look at it and go, well, that looks neat. Or I'll see a lot of people standing in someone's parcel, knowing that that's a live event. And I can just click the hyperlink of the WOMP and it takes me somewhere in the world that I would have never discovered on my own, and then be in there, consume a little bit of what the hell is happening. It could be a live broadcast from Twitch. It could be a bunch of NFTs that got, just minted or something. And you can click a link and participate with that. And when you're done, you can literally just go back to what you were doing, 1 minute ago. And in a lot of ways, I try to take, because I have a real life outside of my computer in crypto. Most people don't believe it. But yeah, I do a lot of activities. But when I come in and do something on the computer, there's one thing that I want. I want it to be efficient. I don't want to waste a bunch of time navigating or finding or looking stuff up. So Crypto Voxels has given me the opportunity to actually create spaces where I put my favorite content right in front of me. And I know if I go in there, I'm going to be able to navigate, not just within Voxels, I can navigate anywhere on the internet, because what I've done is I've preloaded it with things that I think are important. Okay, so
Makes
WOMPs
sense.
are one way of doing that. Okay,
See,
and then on
I've
the
always
left-hand
wanted to
side,
know what. Sorry, I'm just like, thank you
go
so
ahead.
much, because I've heard you and Masashi talk about WOMPs for like the longest time, and thank you for explaining that to me. Thank you.
Yeah. And then also on the left-hand side, it's like these are popular parcels that get a lot of visits. I'm sure this can just be gamed with bots, so I don't put a lot of credence in it, but you can at least see that they at least query it. And something new also in Voxels is this thing called YoFolk, and I'm not sure what folks is,
I think you briefly touched
or
on that the
Quest.
other day.
Yeah,
Yeah, YoFolk.
right.
It's the guy that made it. It's like kind of like a feed system or something, right?
Oh, and folks, I say it looks like they're getting into VR stuff.
Oh,
Okay,
oh.
Oculus Quest. I mean, they haven't said anything, but when you go through the internet, you pick up clues along the way of what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
It was really interesting a few days ago that there on the sign in, it said Facebook over here. There was a fourth one that said Facebook sign in. I'm
No
like, oh,
way.
that's very interesting. That's a little weird with the ethos of Voxels. They're not like really sellout type of guys. And then I saw that there was an avatar that you could outfit your body in, and it was Mark Zuckerberg in sandals. And it didn't make him look really cool. It made him look kind of dorky, like he really is. It looks like in real life. But then that was interesting. I go, if Meta was upset with Voxels, they would immediately send it like a cease and desist and says, you can't use the likeness of another person in the game. So
Mm-hmm.
interesting enough, about a week ago, the Facebook, LinkedIn disappeared, and you can't out yourself with Mark Zuck. But I think Zuck would love something like Voxel, so I'm not so sure that Metagame hasn't been trying to get involved, buy it, or co-opt it or something. But it's interesting for me just to see these little meta things in here. So I could be one way that means Meta can't stand Voxels and Voxels can't stand Meta, or there's something else happening that Meta is already within Voxels, kind of trying to figure out how to monetize it or something without exploiting it. So I don't know. This is just completely speculation and just the way that I think. And I'm not trying to, I don't know one way or the other. I just knew that I could wear a Mark Zuckerberg avatar, and there used to be hyperlink here that said Facebook login. I don't know. So YoFolk over
Interesting.
here. Yeah.
Mm.
So take that for what you will. And I showed you this yesterday also. This is also Web3, which is this just chat room. It's a Web3 chat, and that's Ben Nolan. He's the one who started Voxel, so he's active in here.
Oh wow.
And it's just people just posting shit, I guess.
It's like a big old shared feed or something.
Yeah. And Ben
Interesting.
Nolan's a cool guy. If you ever hear him on a podcast, his vision is correct. He's a down to earth guy. I mean, he doesn't try to, you know, be anything more than he just is. He's like sometimes does some weird sweaty like check-ins without a shirt on, walking around the office, or that where he lives in New Zealand, and he's trying to give updates, and he says how sick he is of Voxels and other people need to take a charge, and he's more focused on YoFolk. And I said, I love this guy's this guy's vision. He says he doesn't want to take VC money. He doesn't want to collect information on people. He's just going to sustain this through the sales of parcels, you know, and that's it. That's kind of all I know of the guy. So if you ever hear him talk, you should like listen to it. He's an interesting character. Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
let's
might
get into
put my
play
ear to
this
the
now.
ground. Sweet.
Yeah.
I'm gonna join in as well. I'm gonna follow along with you.
Okay, so anybody that's new to Voxels, you don't need any credentials. You don't need a username, password, credit card, anything. You can you can attach a Web3 account, which is just a private key you control, to link up Voxels with your identity, so it knows where to get your avatars to outfit your body, and it knows which parcels you own, that type of stuff. But they don't collect information on us. It's just simply connecting a Web3 account to Voxels, and I'll do that in a moment. But we're gonna start out just anonymously, okay? And Bogey, you'll probably be in your avatar, so I'll turn around and see you. So we're just going to hit the play
Definitely.
button,
Okay.
and the play button takes you to the very center of Voxels, and you'll start to see all these little blue little blobs around me in the lower right hand corner. This is your map. This is where you are, and this is where people spawn. So you should see a bunch of like people in here standing around, and they're usually all anonymous. Some, yeah, I know that's you. There's Bogey, and he's carrying around the skateboard. I'll
Oh
log
yeah.
in. I'll log in as Tin Finney because I'm wearing my skateboard too, so that's cool. So I'll go ahead and just do that now. So within Web3, you need to have, I just call it an account manager. That's what MetaMask is to me. So the way that you protect your actual private keys in a plugin called MetaMask is you have to give this a password to get in. So now what this is doing is it's signaling from MetaMask, a plugin, out to this sort of the internet world, that it creates this gate, this sort of like this channel that says, look, I'm going to do math on this channel. And the math that it's doing is it's connecting my Web3 account. So this is my Regency Web3 account. MetaMask knows that I want to connect a different account, and now I have to go tell Voxels that. Okay, so I'm going to just sign in, and it says, where do you want to sign in from? We're going to sign in from MetaMask. I'm signing a transaction with my private key. It's just math. It just says, hey, the owner of this private key wants to connect with Voxels. So I'm just going to sign a transaction. And now those little stars say, okay, we know who you are. Now it knows I'm Tin Finney. And now I can change my avatar or my costume. I'll just give you a little like, you know, a tidbit on this before we get into the detail. So there's Ben Nolan, the great founder. He made himself a avatar. This is where like the Zuckerberg one was that you could connect to, and that's gone. Then there's Woody, who I am. I'm just like a carved figure. And then there's Vita, which is a rebranding avatar that you can wear, and that turns into like a mech or something. And that's what Bogey was wearing yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm currently just in this. I think I called it Nova Gen. Let's see why I called it that. So I'm in my Nova Gen costume, and if you push behind me.
You said 10 blocks, right?
Yeah, about 10 blocks directly east.
Okay.
Yep, here
There you
comes
are.
somebody. Here comes some people. There's Bogey.
Hello.
Yep.
I won the
Okay.
race.
Yeah. Okay. And so now this a yellow parcel right here, we talked about that yesterday, so I won't get into it. But what we're going to do today, let's just continue down 3 more blocks east. And this is going to take us to the Web3 skills parcel. And this is where all the like hyperlinks are for what we're going to do today. So if you just start panning around this little building right here, this is the what I call the hub. And so I just throw up some branding on it. It's kind of what we're working on. We got MetaFest2 and MetaCollab. And, you know, as we start building out things in metagame, I think that this is a good place that we can use as like a central meeting spot. And then if you walk inside this little building here, there's a directory, kind of like if you're in a shopping mall. It's like this.
Look at that.
So these
Yes.
are all the different places that we can go. The main game center for metagames is this number 24. So I think what we'll do. Oh no, actually, before we go to 24, this is part of the like the quest, the treasure hunt. You could come up here and you could womp. Like let's all womp right now and just flood the server. So climb up this little glass like pyramid with me, and you got to kind of like do a like sharp turn, and we'll just get to this top green bar. I'll just kind of look around. I hear somebody trying to talk. It's all choppy though.
I don't hear anything.
Okay, maybe it was me feedbacking. Maybe it was me feedbacking off myself.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm gonna womp. I'm gonna womp just the corner of the building right here. Let's see. Is that what I want to womp? I'm gonna womp Jim's building. So this is cool. Like Jim, one of part of our crew. It seems like he went and spoke yesterday on the Metaverse. See this parcel to the left of us, with this butterfly on it and this joy head in this like cemetery looking place. See these 2 parcels? Well, those are Jen's
yeah.
parcels. So
Oh,
he owns
cool.
those. And you can tell that by going in there and clicking it, and you realize that, oh, Jen has that one and this one and one over there. He's like a kind of a big owner over in this Makers district. And then I'm kind of like a junkyard guy over there. So those ones with the red roofs are junkyard. Some are owned by me. Some are owned by a guy named Leo, who, you know, is big in the space. So we kind of like have part of this district over here to kind of like build it out as we see fit. So why don't all of us just like look somewhere, look at something, and push P?
New womp. This is my first womp.
Yeah, and I'm
Bogey's
just going to say
first
MetaFest2, metagame crew, MetaFest2, metagame crew. MetaFest2. Just so type whatever you want. Maybe just make reference to MetaFest.
Bogey's first womp. MF2, MetaFan. Whee! Public broadcast. Man, I did it. I'm loving the moves. Change the game.
I can't type today, man. Walkthrough. I think that's right. Okay, public broadcast, and then we're just gonna womp it. And so now if we go back to, I mean, I might have to respawn in here, but if you look in the recent womps, you'll start to see ours like, so we're womping out right here. So we just basically took over. And so that will definitely be noticed. And then who knows, maybe more people will jump in. And by the time we end this parade, we'll have, 20 people with us.
That's so cool. Oh my gosh.
Okay,
So
so
where
here,
do I find the womps? Once I've posted a womp.
if you go back to the V in the upper left-hand corner, that kind of takes you back to the home page.
Okay.
Unfortunately, kind of like maybe it just takes you out of the game, so we'll have to go recenter when we go in. I'll give you a shortcut to get back to where we are. But
Yep.
then if you scroll down the screen, you'll see all our womps right there.
Oh, snap. Look at that.
So you see that, how we kind of took over that area? So we just had 7 womps right there.
And I click on it and then bam, it just plops you.
Oh yeah,
amazing.
that's right. So that's what I forgot. So just click it and it's just going to take us right back to where we were. I was going to navigate back to the origin.
Hello. Amazing.
Okay, so now what were you going to do next? Okay, so now let's jump down here and let's go into the metagame building. So just you can just jump off that area. We're going to come into where the directory is at. So go down and enter the here. And why don't we go ahead and click number 42, the metagame role selector. Okay.
Alrighty. I really do like how the navigation works in Voxels. You just click and you go.
Okay, so now let's do a little bit of like kind of advanced. Let's get into it. What time is it right now? So I got another 30 minutes. Let's build. Okay. So let me show you all the building tools. So what you need to do in here is you have to actually be a collaborator or an owner of a parcel. So if you're an owner, you can add people as collaborators. They can't sell the parcel, but basically what you're doing is you're saying you can litter it up with whatever assets you want. So if you do that, you should at least like work with a crew of people that have like a common mission. Otherwise, it turns into a mishmash of stuff. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change my avatar right now. So the first thing, I'm going to log out of my account because I don't want to be my Tin Finney character anymore. I want to be Regency, who's the builder. That's the one that goes to the different parcels and has access to them.
Right.
So the way
I'm
that you
with
do that is you just sign out. Okay. So that's super easy. And now what you need to do is go into your account manager, which mine is MetaMask. And then I'm going to then tell MetaMask that I want to be Regency now. And this is basically my business account. This is the one that holds the assets. So now MetaMask knows who I want to be, but now I need to alert Voxels who I want to be. So now I'm going to sign in. I'm going to click MetaMask. And then it's going to say, you need to sign this transaction. You're now going to a third-party website, basically, and you have to obey to our rules and regulations of Voxels. So all I'm really doing is just signing, just using my private key as a signature, just like your signature when you sign a receipt. All I've done right there is just agreed to terms and conditions in Voxels. That's all I've done. They're not keeping track of me. All they did is they ran some math to say, you are who you are, and now you can build in a parcel that you own or have collaborative rights to. Okay, so you'll see mine's in yellow now. So it means that I probably have access to it. But we're going to find out by clicking it. We can go to a parcel page. And now this is going to give the stats on this specific parcel, and you'll see that this is me. I'm Regency. So I have the collaborative rights to go into this parcel and do stuff. And then it gives you some nice like stats and stuff over here. It gives you parcel stats, who owns it, Imlibd, which is one of our metagame players. He owns it. He's the skateboard NFT mentor that we're wearing on our bodies. So it gives you different, close by parcels. So it gives you that. And now let's go build into it. So I'll show you the building tool. So I'm going to visit it. Someone's got to pull their mic a little bit away from their face. It's Darth Vader.
Sorry, bro.
Breathing right now.
My bad.
Okay, so now if you're watching my screen, I'm just going to like point to this corner because there's a lot of things going on in this corner. The way that you access the tools in Voxels is you push your tab key, and you'll see on the left-hand side, I'll make it a little bit smaller so you get a little bit more to look at. Okay. So when I was talking about like when you build a website like in 2D, a lot of it is coding, or you just use a template, like a Wix or something, and they kind of give you a template and you like change the names of stuff. This on the right-hand side is basically a graphic interface of all of the tools that you have at your fingertips to build out what I call a three-dimensional website. So if you look through here, there's some pretty rich features in here. You can do a YouTube or Twitch live feed. You can just add a video, and with that video, it'll give you a play button. It'll ask you when you want to start the video. In the video, you can loop it. You could have it start when somebody enters your parcel. You can make them have to click it when you want to start it. It's like the video feature alone is pretty amazing because you can turn a parcel into a movie theater and you can token gate it. So imagine that. People have to buy a token on the NFT marketplace, which is public to everybody. You charge them $1. you know, and then they got to pay 5 cents in a transaction fee. They get the NFT, they show up in Voxels, which is free. They can wander around just like at a regular movie theater in real life. They can go to the stores, they can goof around, they can, you know, go into some galleries. And when the show's about to start, they go to the parcel that they won't be able to enter unless they have the token. You enter the parcel, and now there's a live feed of a concert or a movie or something. And only the people that have that token will be able to witness that live event. And that's all available today. We just now have to start building those things with the content. And that's why I'm working with Metagame, and I love these guys because they have the content already. So it's just my role here is to make sure that when we build cool stuff, that it gets put in one of these parcels so it can be accessed and consumed. Okay, so that's my little sort of like elevator speech or my soapbox about why I think this is great what we're working on. Okay, so let's get back into these tools right here. So I want to see what this weird thing is right here up on the wall. It looks like it's like this three-dimensional like Vox file of a woman's head. And then let's click it and see what happens. Okay, so now it's giving me access to it. So over here, it's pretty self-explanatory. I can make a copy of one. I can move the head. I can delete it. And I can position it. So this takes a little bit of getting used to, because then you have to start to really think, okay, what's south, north, east, west, up, down, left, right, rotating things around. So it just takes some experience to get used to that. Okay, so that's one of the elements right there. Things are going a little bit slow right now. Might have to catch up or refresh my screen. All right, it threw me completely out of Voxel, so let's see how fast we can get back in on the fly. And can you still hear me okay, audio-wise?
Yeah. Loud and clear, man.
I have to connect MetaMask, So I'm just opening up MetaMask so it can see my accounts that are stored locally in my browser. These aren't stored anywhere else. MetaMask just knows how to do math. And now I'm signing a transaction to tell Voxels who I am. So it's sending that out, and Voxels now goes, okay, I know who you are, you're Regency. And so now I'm back in and I have access to work with this parcel. Okay. So by going back and hitting the tab key again, I can now like I said, I have an entire toolbox. So right here, let's look at what this is. Well, this is an image. Oh, well, let me go back to the voxel. So this is a 3-dimensional voxel file that, you know, you see all over CryptoVoxels. They're basically blocky 3-dimensional renderings that have been created in some program, and then you bring them into voxels by just simply placing them. So this one actually has a script on it. When it's running, this face will follow you around in the room. So this gives you a little chance, and I'm not a good coder, and so it's like I'll need help in here with people, but we can start writing JavaScript code in here. Some people run queries of crypto prices. Some people run data analytics. Some people just run neat little features like this. This is just like an animation. I didn't have to script it myself, but this is just a graphic. This is just a PNG image file. Let's see if I can grab one right here. Okay, so you see this? It's going up and down in voxels. And all this is, it's a positioning animation, and I just give it kind of a starting and an ending spot. So you add a couple of keyframes, and the keyframe is 0 to 30, a half a second, and then to 1 second. So in a full second, it does a full animation of up and down. And so you can start creating these neat little animated features without much work at all. You just have to follow this simple schema right here, but you can also rotate things. You can scale them out. So this is a neat little feature that you can do, and that's just by adding a bunch of keyframes. So you can have a full animated sequence in here if you want. Like I said, I'm not very sophisticated at that quite yet, but I think over the next year or so, a lot of our parcels are going to be really animated. Okay, so you can scale it. It's an image. You can do like everything you think that you should be able to do with an image. Let's go back to the Vox file. What else can we do here? There's something called trigger or a collision that sometimes you want to be able just to walk through a Vox file, or sometimes you want to collide with it. So when you look at some of the parcels I've done, I put barriers up that block people from going further because I kind of want them to stay in an area. So, I mean, people could just fly over it if they want, but these are just some of the features I'm showing you guys. So let me go back into the menu again, and let's place something in here that we want, like a guest book. Okay, so let's say that we wanted everybody to get the opportunity to have an in-game sign-in, and we'd say, hey, all the metagame players who sign this guest book, you're all going to get a participation NFT. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to place this guest book somewhere that we can see it. So I'll just stick it right over here. And so I'm just going to click it there, and now I have a guest book, and now it's here for anybody to use, and I can, let's go ahead and put it on a pedestal. So the way that you do that is that's where you get all your blocks right up in here. So it makes it really easy for building, and you can make them colored if you want. So why don't I do a yellow clear block, and I'm going to build it. By hitting the shift key, it'll like erase the thing you were pointing at. So now I have a little yellow pedestal, and I'm going to take that guest book, and you do it by just right click. For me, it's just right clicking the element. So now it highlights it, and then I'm just going to manually move it, and I should be able to just like stick it right up on top of that little thing right there. Okay. So now we have a guest book that sits on a yellow pedestal, and if you walk up to it, now let me rotate it like at 45-degree angles, 45-degree angles. So I'll do this and see what that looks like. Wrong way. So I'm going to go negative 45. What did I do wrong? Did I forget the negative? Oh yeah, negative. Okay, so now it's kind of facing forward, and now I'm going to adjust the position a little bit west. And that's kind of what I say in myself in my head. I'm like, okay, if I go down on that first box, that's west. If I do the middle one, I know that's up. So now I'm putting it up. And then now I go make sure it's centered. So now I can click it, right click it. And now I want to go a little bit north, like 1, 2 north. And that's it. Now I would be done with that element. And for me, that was pretty efficient. If I was doing that in a flat website, like 10 lines of code, I'd have to actually have this element built somewhere and cut and pasted from some other React website. I'd have to link it up to a database. I mean, that shit alone could take a programmer that's not really experienced, an hour to figure out. But now I have that element in a 3-dimensional website open to the entire public, published already. So you guys already in the parcel just now saw this appear, and now you can click it, and then it has 0 signatures. I'm going to sign it. I'll be the first one here. You guys should sign it too. And now this is why you'd want to be connected to Web3. Spin up a new Web3 account for free, connect it, and then sign it. You're just signing a transaction, and now we're in there. So we got Bogey, we got me, and I would say anybody else who comes in there should probably sign that. There might be something really awesome waiting for you. So what's the next thing? Let's see if I have access to audio. Now I'll put somebody's jam up in here. I did some stuff with a music producer about a year ago. We did some rap bat beetles in Voxels, and he sent me some cool sounds that I could put in. So you change your tint back to whatever color you do most of your building in. And let's go, you guys should stay here. I'm gonna go find a track that he gave me that I have posted in a different parcel. So if you watch my screen, you guys don't need to follow me because I'm just gonna come right back just once I get the music. And which is also nice because if you have collaborative rights to parcels, you don't even have to like go search your hard drive if you know where the asset's at. So you can just go somewhere else in the world and grab it and bring it back. So at the event main stage, yeah, if you guys are watching my screen. So this basically takes you back to where our main metagame event center is. And this is where we did all of our rap battles. And what's kind of neat, if you think through how you want to do things, you can start to hide little features in here that you might want as a DJ. And so what we did in this parcel is I preloaded a lot of the DJ's tracks directly in this parcel that most people wouldn't even know to go there because it's kind of like hidden in a booth. Or with this one, I hid it on the stairs. So you'll see right in here, it has all these play buttons. Well, each one of those is a different song. So if I clicked one of those, it would start playing that music for me in the parcel. And I also did something similar over here. I don't know if I made these hyperlinks of songs. Let's see what happens. Yeah, so that's a song right there. I don't think I put anything super offensive in here, but you never know. Let me click one, and then I'll bring one forward and put it in the parcel we were just in. Yeah, that one's kind of cool. Okay, so you'll see that this music file is on IPFS. I just took the MP3 file, threw it on IPFS to turn it out into an immutable source. And then I didn't want it to loop. I didn't want it to play automatically. Just if I'm standing up on the stage and we've got an audience in front of us, I could actually, you know what, you guys, maybe you should leave that. Now, this could be a whole other event we do. I think we'll do this at closing ceremonies where we play a bunch of songs and DJ it. But imagine that if you're on the stage and you have a whole audience up here of people, and then you're guiding the show, all you'd have to do is say, okay, everybody, I'm going to wave to you. And then you go into your little emojis over here and I can start waving. So I can wave to the crowd. Okay, so now everybody knows we're live in here, and then I could say, well, it's time to celebrate. So we're going to do a little hype. Okay, and then I tell everybody in the audience to like hit your little celebration thing because we're all here going to celebrate the end of MetaFest. And then let's say that you've got real performers up here in their avatar, and you're simply up here in the crowd watching the thing, and it lays out a good hook, or make some sort of comment that just totally resonates with you, and then you can just throw out the hearts, and then the rest of the crowd could look at you in your avatar saying, hey, Scott thinks that's cool, I think it's cool too. So now I'm not, I don't feel weird about saying I thought that's cool. And if you think what they're doing is on fire, you just start hitting that emoji key like crazy. And now you could start to see how this becomes like a real collaborative event, that if you're here with your crew and you're all like similarly related to what you're working on, you can get a lot of feedback without telling people to go fill out a form. You could just say, everybody go stand up there. I'm at the microphone and I just want to see what you guys think. And then I don't think there's like a poop emoji for people to do thumbs down. It's all kind of positive stuff. But maybe you just query everybody and just say, okay, you know, if you like the music, you just start hitting that as much as possible. And if you really like it, don't stop for 30 seconds. And you can simply just sit down there and watch the reaction of the crowd that's doing these, you know, these emotions. So now everything that I showed you so far, now my brain goes back and goes, okay, well, what could I do on a normal flat website just with hyperlinks and an image? Would I rather do that here with a group of people, or would I just say, go to the website and read the material? I think in the long run, experiences like this are going to be way more valuable, not just for us like in Metagame. It's just like organizations in general are going to be fools not to at least have something like this available. And I know that there's even people in Metagame that still kind of don't get this. And I think even Peeth, who's pretty, you know, he's a founder of Metagame. He's still not really on board. He goes, I want people to go to the outside world, you know, not just be stuck in a metaverse. And I think that the thinking is still a little bit old. You know, it's like, if you think that this is my life in the metaverse, you're sorely mistaken. My life is outside the metaverse. But what I want to do is, when I'm in the computer or the metaverse, I just want it to be fun and efficient. And I know now that we can do that within these spaces. So if you want to try out Voxels on your own, you go up into here, and then I'll jump back and we'll do a couple of final things of outfitting your avatar. So you go up in here and you can either buy parcels, which is still kind of expensive, even though it might be a good opportunity as ETH is crashing. But somewhere in here it says spaces. So if you have a space, they're free, and you're going to get exactly the same parcel that I've been building in. I think they give you some standard sizes. You can do big one. I mean, that's big, huge parcel right here. Like my biggest ones are like 15 by 10 by like 10 high. So this gives you basically a giant area to build in. And if you just name it, you know, temp or test, and you're going to create it, this is going to give me a 10 by 10 by 10, which is still pretty big. Well, actually, I like kind of these ones that are kind of like rectangles, 20 by, okay, so that's pretty big. So what it's doing right now is Voxels is saying, look, you know, we don't want to eliminate people, so I'm going to build in it. And now I'm not in the world where everything else is, but I just want to build in here right now. And so this is the way that people can get started at Voxels right away. Let's make it easy. Let's just start with a randomly generated park, okay? And it says, are you sure you want to do this? And I'm like, yeah, man, I like Voxels. And so now it's generating that park for me, and I'm going to go build on it, okay? Oops, now I'm going to visit it now that it's built, at least the starter is. So now they've given me this space, and now all of those same features are available to get started. And let's say that I'm going to change my tint to, I'm going to use that gray one, and then I want to change all my tints instead of gray. Actually, I'm going to get rid of the green one because I'm going to leave the park as it is. And then in order to change the default tints and all like these default boxes right here, I'll show you how to change that real quick too. Okay, so I'm going to change the tint. Instead of the green tint down here, I'm just going to change this one to white. Oh shoot, but it's going to change all of my park, so I'm not going to do it that way. I'm going to change my turquoise blue, and that's going to become white because I haven't used that one yet. Okay. So now by doing that, you'll see the blue went to white. And now if I go back to my tools over here, my tint now I have a white tint. So I'm going to choose that one. I'm going to pick a block like that, and I'm going to build, and I'm going to build a little thing. Okay. So that's building. Now you just reiterate that over and over. You want to do something else, you go up into your tools. Okay, so it's got me in Ben Nolan's avatar. Okay, so you'll see that we do have the ability to outfit a character in something that selects Voxy. So that's Ben Nolan. Let's see how I got stuck in Ben Nolan's avatar. So I'm going to go and change my avatar. Oh, because I clicked Ben Nolan for this one. So I'm going to go back to Woody. Okay. And now, since it knows who I am, Regency in the upper right-hand corner, now I'm in a different outfit than my Tin Finney outfit. You'll see I've got these like this weird hat on and chest plate. So let's just show you a little bit more building, and then I'll finish up with the avatar stuff. So what else would we want to put in here? There's like a lantern, so you can like mess with your lighting. Vox models. So let's put a Vox model in there, which is one of those 3-dimensional things. So you're just gonna show you where you want it. Now it needs to know the Vox file. I'm gonna have to go to my computer and locate one of those. Just give me 1 second here. Actually, so what you do here is you just, all mine are on IPFS. I'd have to go find my IPFS file, but then you just put your IPFS locator right here, and then the 3-dimensional file will be here. When you build in here, all of the assets aren't stored in CryptoVoxels. They're like stored in other places. I use IPFS because I think it's immutable and all the assets will be there, but you can point the asset to anything. You got something saved on a website or an IP or a AWS instance somewhere. All you have to do is just tell CryptoVoxels where that asset is located. So by me putting that in the URL right there, it's going to go find it from there. It's going to generate it in the world. Okay. And what else? Oh, we were going to do the boombox. Or the audio. That's what I went out to that other parcel. Sorry, you guys, I kind of lost my train of thought of what I was going to do. So over in the main stage, you saw the music. If I want to add an audio, you're just going to click the audio. You're going to click it here. And then you're simply going to, what I just said, you're going to just paste a link to where that asset, that song, that video, that Vox file, that Twitch link, whatever it is, that's where you always put it. You always put it in the URL because that's where it's going to query from. And then if you wanted to do a script with that audio file, you can. I'm just not exactly sure what you would do with an audio file. That maybe you have it bounces around, or it shows the album cover, and then the album cover morphs into something else. And then kind of the sky's the limit once you understand how to script and to do programming. And those should be, thought out a little bit more than just randomly coming in here and dropping assets. Okay. So what I'm going to do now in my last 10 minutes is I'm going to get out of spaces. So I'm going to go back to my profile. And so it knows that I have a bunch of stuff attached to this account. So you'll start to see some of my collectibles, some of the WOMPs that I've done. It goes into the parcels that I have access to on the right-hand side, which I'm a collaborator of. The ones on the left-hand side, I control these ones completely. If I click into any of them, it'll give me more stats on each of those. So it's kind of a nice dashboard to see where things are at. We were just in spaces, but let's look at what's under collectibles for me. Okay, so I have actually a wearable minting contract on Voxels. I called it Regency Wearables. So I haven't done this in a while. So let's see what this looks like. Okay, so I minted, I think the reason I did this was because this worked on Ethereum and then Polygon. And I think that these are all my wearables in Polygon. Okay, so I should be able to wear any of these, and I can also mint more. So if you guys had a neat design that was like related to, something we're working on, I think I can just go ahead and mint it for you, and then it'll be wearable in Voxels. So yeah, so mint. So won't show minting right now because I'm almost out of time, but it's pretty easy. It's like you name it, you give it a description, where you want it to be on the body, who's the author of it. So if you guys wanted one, I would put your address here, I think. How many we're going to issue. The Vox file, the 32 by 32 pixelated Vox file that I've been talking about. And then I think I just submit it and just mints. It's that easy. And I pay a little bit of a Polygon on it. Okay. So this is kind of like I'm going to show you once you already have a wearable, how to put it on and move it on the body. But I think you have to own a parcel in order to mint. So if you guys did want to mint, I think Penguin has a parcel, I have a parcel, Musashi has a parcel. We could get into the habit of maybe once a month minting wearables that you guys create in a three-dimensional program. And I know it has to be in the .vox extension. So I know a lot of people that are probably listening to this do more advanced 3D stuff like in Blender. So I think you got to get that converted to a 32 by 32 Vox max size. But once you have that, it's pretty easy just to mint them. And I could just do it from right in here. Okay, now we're going to finish up by just editing a costume. Now that's sort of separate. The Regency wearables, that's a NFT minting contract. It's kind of like separate. But once you have it, you can go in and then start looking at your different costumes. So here's where like all my different characters are. And it looks like you can have up to 8 wearables. I thought it was 7, but it looks like 8. So this is my main character. Let's see what that looks like. Oh yeah, this is a weird one. I even put a face on this guy. I thought that was kind of creepy. But before they came out with like the Ben Nolan skin, I thought we were going to actually have to create our own like human bodies. But I think I just abandoned these because it looks like before you know it, they're actually going to give us sort of like skinned things that aren't so pixelated at the max 32 by 32. So I think you can just like start scrolling through these. I think I put one in a dress over here. Like a weird hat because I didn't have any hats. So you can just scroll your different characters. I think this is the one that I kind of use because it's this one. Oh, that had an octopus on its head. Then we got this guy. I think this is the one I mainly use because all the other ones are a little weird.
Getting a real Matrix vibe from this world, like the first movie, you know, and all the stuff just starts coming in.
It just keeps going and going and going. Right. So I've got like a whole line of things that I've messed around with. And I should probably go clean them up one day. And I should actually be the guy that goes and gets like more voxels, but I'm pretty limited to what I made a couple years ago, and I haven't really gone back because it's time consuming to make them. But let me go ahead and reposition. Well, actually, I think I have a. So the way that you do this is once you're in here and you have your character picked, you'll start to see that you can just start moving things around. So this is like, this goes to the thing on my head. So I can grab this little vertical bar and I can move it up, move it down. You know, I think it should be positioned there. If I want my chest plate to be a little bit lower, you grab that, you can move it down, move it up. And anybody that's done any sort of thing in a 3D world, this will be very like sort of like simple to them. So you can also like the bottom one is scaling. So if I wanted my front chest plate to be bigger, I'd click it and then I would click this and then I'd scale it. So the top is position, bottom is scaling, and the middle is rotation. Okay. So what I'm going to do is like, I'm going to show you guys just a quick little demo about trying on a wearable and buying one if you actually wanted to. I built a bunch of these helmets for our rap battles, and that is in the stage. And I think I can just type that in. I know that address is Tinchok Gardens, Tinchok Gardens, which you can also get from the directory. And then I'm going to visit it. And this is the stage that we were goofing out a little while ago where I showed you guys like the music tracks there. There's a video up there playing because I got one of the neighboring parcels. Oh, and this is why like CryptoVoxels is cool too. You can just explore and then find neat new projects. So as I was building here, I saw that this parcel was up for sale like half a year ago. And it wasn't cheap, you know, it was several $1,000s. And I saw these guys bought it. I'm like, wow, these guys just spent $5,000 on a parcel. What do they do? And it was like this NFT project of all these neat little like creatures called the Ethereans. I was like, yeah, you know, it's like every other PFP, like who cares really? But then I looked into these guys and they're like animators and they have a vision of like turning these things into like a cartoon or a movie. And then they took it a step further and like injected it into the Unreal Engine so you could actually like do a bunch of stuff with the characters, and that's that Unreal Engine right there. So you could take your character in there and put it into like 50 different poses. I'm like, well, that's neat. And so I would have never known that if I wasn't messing around in CryptoVoxels. So the reason I brought that up is I bought some of them and then I made a video about it. So if you really want to learn about it, you could come to this stage right now. You could stand in front of this screen for 5 minutes and just watch the video that plays, or you click it, or maybe it even auto plays. Okay. So And remember, anytime in voxels, if things start to go really, really slow, it's probably a problem with your browser trying to render a whole bunch of elements. And if it gets real slow, you can hit F5, and then at least it'll refresh for the parcel that you're standing in. Okay, so this is where we'll finish up things today. This is where I have a, I'll hit F5 one more time because there's a lot of elements in here. Oh, here they come. So what I did is I said, okay, battles, beat battles. What should we do? Let's give everybody a battle helmet. And so what's the easiest way to get everybody an NFT? Well, you can airdrop it into their account if you have everybody's Web3 address, or you could lead them to an area where they could simply try it on first. So if you locate any of these Vox files, and this is just right behind the main stage at Tin Chalk Gardens, if you click any of these, it's going to ask you, do you want to try it on? And I am going to try it on, but first let's look at the character right now that I don't have anything on right now. So yeah, so it's a good time to try it on. So I'm a completely naked character right now, and I'm going to try on this helmet right here. So you get out of third person view by pushing the C key. And then once you're in here, so I'm going to try on this helmet right here. It's just this battle helmet, and I'm going to try it on. And now what is happening is it's now accessing that helmet from just that Regency NFT store, and now you can see it actually on your character. And then you can take off the wearable. And then since it's an NFT, you could actually purchase the helmet too. And I think what I did is I think I have some prices on here, which it used to be about $4, and now it's probably like 50 cents or something. And then so if I want to try on this like skull helmet, I can also try this one on. And then once you make a wearable, you tell it where it should render on the avatar. So I have that going like right there on the face. It first should probably be up just a little bit higher because the chrome's dome is sticking out. And then the nice part in voxels is that once you see an asset in voxels, what you can do is very, very easily get to where they are available either for purchase. In a lot of cases, things are free. You just have to request them. And then you can view the collectible page, which is going to be in voxels, or you can view it on OpenSea. So let's actually do both, and we'll wrap up there. So I'm going to view the collectible page. So now this goes into, you're still in voxels. And so now you can see the wearable. You can see what the collection was part of, and that was the one where it's connected to my account, so I can make wearables. I'm the author of it. I know that's probably pretty small. It has a token ID, which means it's probably an ERC 721, and that follows the standard that when things like OpenSea go out and query NFTs, it wants to know what type it is, and it's number 76 out of the list. And we're going to go now look at that in OpenSea. So now there's a link right here. You can say buy now. And now we're back over in OpenSea, which I think a lot of people are familiar with. And there's 10 of these green helmets. 10 of them are owned by me. Nobody's made any offers yet on it. But this then becomes like the little Web3 shopping cart if you want to use OpenSea. Now remember, OpenSea doesn't store assets of ours. It just knows how to go find them. So this helmet is stored on the Polygon blockchain. OpenSea knows how to locate it. You were in voxels. You found it, you said, hey, go look at it on OpenSea, and OpenSea gives you a nice interface that if it was for sale, that you would have the ability to say, yes, I would like to buy one of those if there's any on sale. Okay. And then once you are in OpenSea, if you connect your account here, you'll also then be able to see your different assets in here by going down and saying, okay, I want the Regency NFT, and I could just query for those. No, that wasn't it. That was something else. But in you can also, okay, the Ethereans. Let's go see if I have any of the Ethereans. Okay, yeah, so this is my Regency account. Just like we're in voxels, you also, now we're in OpenSea. And in OpenSea, you tell OpenSea that you have a Web3 account, and then it knows how to query what your assets are. So here's my collections in OpenSea, one of which was the Regency wearables. And then a lot of these will look familiar, like these spinning heads that I told you about that I was experimenting with. I have a bunch of these like NFTs. And once you have these assets in Voxels, you can simply go into Voxels, go down into the menu of the different items that you can post up. And I'll show you how that works with an NFT. So let me just find a wall space right here. With a little bit of white on it. Okay. So I'm going to go back into my build features. Down in here somewhere it should say NFT, NFT image, NFTs you own. So I'm going to just place it on that wall right there. And now it wants to know, well, what NFT do you want? And now it even knows how to query my NFTs. So if I go into my NFTs, now it's loading all my NFTs. And these features are like so rich. I could just go on and on about all the cool stuff in Voxels. It's just a matter of us working as a group and saying, here's our important content. Here's the important stuff. Here's the important NFTs. Here's the valuable NFTs that we're going to use for MetaFest2. And then we just have to build an area where everything is accessible in that one area. So I'm going to go down here and I'm going to look for, let's go Voxels wearables. So it goes in here. And let me put up this Web3 badge right here, okay? So now Voxels is going out to going out to the blockchain to say, okay, we know this NFT exists, and then it's going to now put it on the wall right there. Then I have some other choices down here about how I want it to show. And I think I'm going to refresh my screen here, and then that should show up as an NFT on the wall. Yep. So now it's spinning around on the wall. It's a little bit big. So I'm going to just resize it. And then that's just scaling. Each block is 0.5 wide. So you get used to that. If you want something just to fit in a small little area. So this will be a 0.5 by 0.5. And now I want to move the vertical up. So I'm just going to move it up kind of the top right there. So it sits at the top of that post. That looks right, almost. And then right there. And now anybody in game, even if you're standing in this room right now, if you click that, now it's going to have an immediate hyperlink. It's going to show you what it is. So it was designed by me, Voxels. There's 1,000 of them that I minted. I own it, created it. Now I can transfer them. And then this is the thing I was saying, like, you don't always have to buy an NFT. You just have to, I just have to have an address to send it to. So I can just transfer it for free if I knew, like, I should probably just give everybody in metagame the next time ready to mint one of those. Except 11, if you guys know, 721s are a little bit more complicated to do airdrops because they're individual. So I have 1,000 of these that are all like token 1, token 2, token 3, token 4, all the way to 1,000. Well, that's 1,000 NFTs. Where the 1155 standard is that I should have made this as an 1155, which means I could have given them to 1,000 people, but they would all hold the same token number. And I hope that makes sense. Like this is token ID 2617, but there can only be one of them. So if the second person wanted it, they would get the next token ID in sequential order. The better way of doing things now with the 1155 NFT standard is I would be able to drop token 2617 to all of the metagame players, and we would all hold token 2617 and get all of the benefits, rewards of that one token. So I know that was a little oh no, this actually says 1155. So I'm sitting talking 721 where it says it's 1155. So yeah, so I could just airdrop this in. It'll say 2761 for you. But it'll have multiple owners. I'll own one. You'll own one. Everybody in metagame will own one, and we'll all own token 2617. Which is actually this. So I apologize about that confusion. I've got a lot of 721s and 1155s. Okay, so back to Voxels, and that's where the NFT sits. And I'm going to have to wrap up the presentation there. If you guys have some questions, I did leave another 10 minutes or so because my hard stop is at the top of the hour, but the presentation part is done. Any questions?
Yeah, I do. Let me just think of it. But before I ask the question, and I'll double check the chat. I kind of forgot to do that, but I'll check with chat. Maybe give it like a minute or two. See if anyone has a question that's listening and watching. Thank you everyone for doing that. But I just wanted to say thanks, not only for clearing up the 721 1155. What's the difference? But also for presenting today again, and just taking us a little bit deeper into crypto. Into Voxels, change the name. I keep doing that as well. I don't know if anyone else keeps doing that. But yes, let me just check
My
the
pleasure.
chat real quick. You're welcome, bro. Thank you, man. I really appreciate you, man. And I look forward to the things we're going to build in the future, man. We've got lots of crazy ideas that we can bring to fruition.
Yep.
Okay, so Bisant in the guest questions, he's asked, can you repeat how to import a wearable we hold in our wallet but isn't minted on Voxels? Or isn't minted for Voxels, sorry.
One more time.
Can you repeat how to import a wearable we hold in our wallet but isn't minted for crypto Voxels?
A wearable in your wallet. Okay, so let me try to just
Yeah.
sort of do the same thing. So I'm going to make some assumptions that you're logged in and you have access to a parcel. Okay, so I'm going to go to this wall over here, C2. Okay, so just a blank wall. And when you say import it in, I assume, Masanth, are you asking import it into a parcel? Is that what he means?
He specified a
Okay.
voxel model, importing a voxel model.
Okay. Yeah, so let me spend the little time because I went over that because I didn't. I have to open up a file that has all of my image links in it. So just give me a second here. Okay, so this is the list that I made. Like I said, as long as you can locate where the asset's at, I put all mine on IPFS. So the first answer back to Masanth is, well, you got to go find where that Vox file is. So if I put this up here, that's where my skull dark red Vox file is, But if I put that in the browser right here from IPFS, it's not going to show anything because it's a Vox file. It's like this binary file. So it doesn't know really what to do with it. So even Google is saying like, what? IPFS, IO, what? But I know because I have my list of my image links. So the first part of the question is just make sure you know where your Vox file is located. Mine are on my computer here, but Voxels doesn't or know what to do with the file on my computer. So I sent it somewhere, and where I send my assets is IPFS. Now you could send it anywhere. You could post it up on some, I don't know, some blog, whatever, and it's going to create, you could have it on Notion. You can just put it in Notion. And as long as your Vox file is in Notion in that binary form that it needs, not in the graphic form, because a Vox file is a certain type of file. So I'm telling you at the end of this file, if Chrome knew what to do with the Vox file, it would render right on the screen right now. Okay. That's the first part of your question. So just make sure you know where your asset is. Now, once you know where your asset is, it's real simple. You just push your tab key or click that thing, and then you just scroll down to where it says Vox file, Vox model. And there's big Vox files and there's small Vox files. A mega Vox, you only get a few of them in every parcel because they're really big files. And the guys at Voxel says, look, be more creative, use a bunch of mini voxels, and you get like a ton of those. So I have 483 small voxes that I could use, but you're limited into that 33 by 33 by 33 size. So that's what I'm going to put in here. All those helmets I showed you are small Vox files. So I'm just going to click Vox model. Okay. And it's going to say, where do you want it? I'm going to say, I'll put it over here by the wall. And all you have to do is just post in the URL and then it shows up. That's it. That's all you do. My explanation was probably much too lengthy, but as long as you know where it is, and then you just resize it. Okay. Then you rotate it.
That's cool.
And now it's sitting on the wall right there. And that's it. So now that's the Vox model. You just litter up your parcel with them. Now it doesn't go anywhere, but that would be the next thing. So I'm like, well, let's do something with it. It's like, well, let's hyperlink it. And then all of a sudden you take it to, skullsincorporated.com. And then if I click it, now it'll take me to that website. Now, when you were talking about wearables, though, it's a little bit different because a wearable is just an NFT. So once your wearable is minted, you're going to, instead of putting the Vox model on the wall, you're going to put the NFT on the wall. And I think that that's maybe what you were alluding to, and that would be different. I would go up over here. You would go into your account that actually has NFTs, and that's an NFT because you want people to find the wearable, buy the wearable, and then if they buy it, then it's in their account, and then they just have to put it on their avatar using their costume maker. Okay, so I think this is kind of like the second or the more the advanced part of the question, and that's going right back here, meaning taking a wearable and making it available for others to get into their account.
Sweet. Thank you for revisiting that part of your talk, man. I really appreciate that.
Okay, so that was right here. That was right here. Like that's an NFT image, and then you go up here and you query for it under your NFTs, Miss Anth. So under your NFTs, you said if you have the wearable, it's going to be in your NFTs. You'll be able to see it there, and then you can put it up on the wall, making it available to other people. Okay, so that's the second thing you can do with it. Wear it. You just need to access that Vox file and put it on your character, and that's it. Are there any other questions in there before we wrap?
Let me just double check. Sorry, I just had a little technical hiccup. Just 2 seconds. Yeah. Let me check the chat questions. I don't think there are any more questions, my bro. Well, let's give it like 5 more seconds. Maybe one might appear randomly out of the ether. Okay, cool. Misanth with another question. My guy, how can we make an offer? It's returning an error. I'm guessing he's trying right now.
Oh, like an OpenSea?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's next phase. But Masanth, if you want to start working with me on that, and we'll jump on a call. We'll do it together because I need to get better at that stuff too. Because it's time to start taking some of our assets and then making them available. for purchase, just to get them out to people. I'm not very good at that yet. You'll see that I was really good at creating a bunch of stuff, but as far as my presence as a marketplace, it's non-existent because I really haven't made much available. But let's start doing it, okay? So I'm sure you heard me there. So let's do it, Miss Anth. I like working with you. And
There's
I
one
think
more
he was saying over
question.
here, yeah, I
Yeah,
think he was in here saying how to make an offer on it. It's like, I'm not really sure. No offers yet. But this is what we'll, I think I have to make it for sale. Like I have to sell it. So I think it would be on my side. And this one was minted on the Ethereum chain. So yeah, this will take a little bit more for us to dig through. Some stuff's on Polygon, some stuff's on Ethereum. The stuff I did a long time ago is on Ethereum. This is on Ethereum. So, okay. So go ahead, Bogey.
Last question. Can I toss him some Matic for a helmet? Is that 10 or?
No, I would say we just need to collect a list, type of thing. It's like I just like post it up somewhere, post it in the chat, just say, hey, I want a helmet, I want a helmet. And as long as I got a helmet, you get a helmet. I just have to go in and mint them. So I think that that's what we need to do in metagame. That's like part of becoming a player, an engaged octo is just, if we know their Web3 address, they're going to get like their welcome pack. You get a helmet, you get you get a wearable, you get an octo, and then maybe we, part of the onboarding is we take you into Voxels and we get you outfitted. And then one of our community gatherings, we should all be wearing the same shirt or the same hat or something. That's fun. And that's collaboration to me. So I think anybody who asked that question, let's just start a list and everybody gets a package of cool wearables. So yes, whoever wants a helmet can have a helmet. Okay, well, it looks like we're wrapping up. Thanks for Bogey. This was a lot of fun for me too, because I spend a lot of time like building this stuff. And when I get a chance to talk about it, it helps me craft a little bit better about how it should be presented, so it's consumable by the masses, but it's fun enough for
Definitely.
people that got some skills to actually do stuff with the content. So thanks for listening, and there's lots to explore
No
in here.
problem.
Continue to
Anytime,
explore.
my friend. Sorry,
Cool.
sorry.
That's all right, man. Cool.
Alrighty. Okay, so unfortunately, guys and girls and people and friends and peeps, let me just switch actually before I carry on talking. Okay, bear with me. Alrighty. So it's right now. It's just me. Unfortunately, my co-host Unipuff is having a little bit of bandwidth issues, so he might be back. Hopefully, fingers crossed. I don't want to be. I'm a little bit lonely. So right now, we're just going to cut to a break while I sort out our next guest, which is Mike from Smart Digital Payments. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Yo, world. So, we're going next, after this Voxels coolness, to Mike Smart from MetaBuilders. Mike, it would be very cool to know a bit about MetaBuilders and what they are, and what you offer and at MetaBuilders, a little bit about the team, and we can have a chill little conversation about anything that's on your mind these days, because I guess there's a lot of chaos going on, so we're all about that. So, Mike, the floor is yours.
Hello, thanks for having me. My name is Mike Smart. I'm CEO of Smart Digital Payments and MetaBuilders. MetaBuilders provides turnkey solutions for businesses and brands to enter the metaverse. And essentially, the way we do that is by the accumulation of virtual real estate and service providers in this space, including animators, artists, Web3 developers, marketers, things of that sort. And currently, we've served a few clients. Right now, our client is Masters of the Bitcoin, and we brought them into multiple virtual spaces, including Neos and Blockchain Valley Virtual, the Uplift World, which is built on the Minecraft. And we're essentially just building out real world businesses in the Web3 space, also providing dApps for traditional businesses to be able to accept payment and create, different types of payment situations for these businesses.
So you handle the full stack, let's say, of NFT, from digital art, from NFTs as digital objects in the metaverse, to the whole, let's say, marketplace aspect of it.
Right. So essentially what we're trying to do is, obviously everyone's trying to bridge the gap between traditional and new age Web3 style business models. But we've tried it in many different ways. We tried the whole grabbing these NFT projects, PFP projects or whatever, and trying to market them. And, that is not the direction that we're headed, nor do I believe that's the way that the market's headed either. But, so when we worked our way up to then being like, okay, well, how do we integrate NFTs into traditional business? And now we've graduated to, okay, this is much larger than any of this NFT stuff. We just need to learn how to integrate NFTs, Web3, all of these things into traditional business to where, the developers are getting paid on the front end and throughout the back end in a seamless type fashion, so that we can orchestrate the workings of this transition into the Web3 space. And the people who I believe deserve the most value out of that are the people who've already been doing it and who created the ideas to begin with. And, with that, there's all these communities like, Raid Guild and Moloch Digital and Moloch Cloudship and all these different entities that are having a difficult time with the marketing aspect, or even, being able to communicate with these Fortune 500 companies or whoever it may be that MetaBuilders would be targeting, and who needs the work the most and who can afford the work the most. So that's where we're at now, is we're trying to build relationships that are dependable with all of these entities that are, already in the space, and with our network as well, kind of combine everyone to where we can build this dependable system that's a trustless, community-driven organization of developers, essentially.
And it's nice that you touched on the marketing aspect, because it's definitely something that is lacking. There's really a big hole in this whole Web3 space where marketing was supposed to be, which is very weird, but it is not that unjustified if you consider that this place was born out of hackers and out of this cypherpunks and basically geeks, basically blockchain geeks, or generally networking geeks. And so we're still
privacy-driven, anonymous type individuals.
Yeah, and individuals who are more focused on actually building the technology rather than having this business mindset that is required to actually get it out to the world and actually monetize it and sustain it. And a lot of DAOs, a lot of organizations have faced these exact problems. We as MetaGame are facing it. A lot of other DAOs that are in our broader circle are also facing it. So it's nice to see that at least you're doing some work there and you're trying to fill that gap. So
Well, and
go
I
on.
wanted to mention that originally I was having a difficult time selling my product because that was my intention, to sell my product as a payments company. And I'm like, okay, well, because Smart Digital Payments provides point of sale devices to empower businesses and merchants to accept cryptocurrency as a payment. Originally, that's what this whole thing started out as. And then I realized that it is the predatory environment of traditional business that is the reason why I was pushed away from that environment and brought over to the Web3 space and NFT space to begin with, is because of how it feels. It's so much more different. Like, I would much rather put up a shiny piece of art or 3D piece of art or whatever and say, look at this, and attract the person who that is good enough for, as opposed to knock down doors and bug people while they're eating. And I've done all that sales stuff, door-to-door knocking, telemarketing. I've been every type of asshole that you can imagine in the traditional business sense, and I hate it. And so it's like, that being the case, the biggest hurdle that I have now, because I have an endless amount of customers, I got people referring me, I have people that are willing to pay me tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to do these things for them. So the customers aren't the issue now, because we are attractive and we do attract people. What is the biggest hurdle, in my opinion, is, are we doing it correctly? Are we servicing both sides of the fence? But firstly, the people in the Web3 space who are making this transition happen into the ideology of the positive, uplifting togetherness, that is the Web3 space. So like, it's 100% essential for whatever traditional style businesses that enter this space to do it and walk in the direction of what is happening in this space to begin with the people who started it, like a lot of the people on this call. And and so that's the biggest hurdle, and therefore that's the direction we're trying to take this business, because Meta Builders isn't coming in here trying to be like, let's build a traditional style business and accumulate all of this stuff so that Mike Smart can get rich, or so that Meta Builders can become this $100 million company in itself. The whole point is to bring in traditional business by being attractive as a business, but then diversifying ownership or decentralizing the ownership of Meta Builders in the Web3 space through these technologies like NFTs and things of that sort, so that when we do take on transactions, the smart contracts handle the disbursement of funds in a way that is dependable and like building for the overall structure of the Web3 space within the community. So like, for example, we create an NFT project that the idea that I had was to create like vaults for these businesses where we sell a package for, let's say, $150,000. We sell this massive package where people want their own marketplace. They want a virtual space and all of these things, avatars and whatnot. And so MetaBuilders sells something for $150,000, and the smart contract of that NFT automatically puts that as a vault where the service providers can then take their own personal MetaBuilders or whatnot, whatever ends up being at that point, NFT, and they stake it into this vault that is the project. And through that process, when the work is being done, the percentage of those funds are being leaked into those specific areas. Like, let's say if it's Moloch Cloud Ship, that's handling a bunch of the voxel stuff, and then if there's voxels being done in that type in that vault package, then a certain percentage, whatever was determined in the package, goes into Moloch Cloud Ship fund during the process, and it does it automatically. And then at the end, when the project is finished, whether it was a fail or a success, it's voted on by a DAO or whatnot, and then we burn the vault, and everyone gets their round 2 meta builders NFTs to show they all suck or they were all great, and then boom, now we've all got the next rendition of meta builders. So it becomes trustless after a while, because people can say, well, I mean, this person's been on this many projects and they've all failed, so they suck, don't do business with them, and vice versa.
And you seem to
Yeah, the
like
efforts.
this.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, no, Bogey.
No, I was going to say the effort speaks for itself in that case. Like, that's fair enough. Yeah, I like that model. Yeah.
And for me, I don't have a clue how to build things like that, and that's why I'm here.
Yeah, as we said before, like there's a talent that exists. Um, the direction is the business direction is still missing. So you touched on a lot of stuff, and right in the beginning, you said like you were in the traditional business world, and you've struggled through that, and you got into this whole mindset and this whole culture. So it seems like you moved to Web3 not only because of the technologies, but because of some vibes that were there of a different culture. And so is that the case? Is it that there's something that is very different here that you cannot see in the traditional world? And I wanted to also know what is the disconnect that you have seen in people with a traditional business mindset that maybe are interested, or that some other people try to onboard in the Web3 space, that is like incomprehensible or just so out of their type of thinking that is difficult to actually get them on Web3. Have you identified some specific elements of mindset or thinking or ideology that are there that stop people from getting?
Yeah, it's absolutely, in my opinion, directly focused on self-serving behaviors. Like, the whole point of in my opinion, of traditional business is to massively accumulate wealth for yourself and your business. And you do that on the back of yourself the entire way, and all you're thinking about is personal gain and personal effort, and then when you get to the top, you're like, fuck everybody else, I did this, and look at all the stuff I have. And Web3 space is literally it's like a manifestation of oneness through the internet and the evolution of the internet, where I'm sitting in my bedroom right now, like chilling, and I'm all over the world discussing things that are intangible to physical creatures, and that is a hard concept to grasp as a traditional business style person in itself. But then to think about all of the work that I've put in and the hundreds of thousands of dollars that I've put back into meta builders to go towards the developers that are building the things for me, it takes a person who's not focused on self in its entirety. I mean, of course, I have plans to become wealthy over this process, but right now it's about building this infrastructure of a new way of thinking and a new way of conducting business. And I focus on the term non-predatory commerce because that's what makes sense to me. And so I guess that would highlight that specific thing that stands out that's different between traditional business and non. And this new Web3 space is Web3 space aims to obfuscate the issue of self and allow people to benefit by community-based activities equally, and it promotes equity in the best type of way to where everyone's getting a chunk of the pie, even if they're just handing it off, because everyone is important, and so everybody deserves to benefit from the work.
So there is a term in the more underground Web3 kind of terminology that's called squad wealth, which is like very close to what you've described. This not individualistic, not self-centered way of accumulating some kind of capital that doesn't just trickle up to a single individual who is like the CEO, the leader, or whatever they may be, so whatever kind of power accumulator they are.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Hierarchy or anything like that. Yeah.
Yeah, like the issue of hierarchy is not an issue that we can.
Right. Well,
we would start a whole other conversation here. So do you vibe with this notion of squad wealth?
Oh, absolutely. I think, see, and that's where it's difficult to transition, because even myself, knowing full well what I'm trying to accomplish, there's still pieces in my soul that's like, somebody has to be a leader in some sort of fashion. And that's why I believe that DAOs are that somebody, because, like, for instance, the ideology that exists within this community that promotes this type of squad wealth is an idea of a man that has been multiplied in many men and women. Stand by something and seek to benefit from defending these ideologies, and therefore need to financially prosper out of that in order to gain more leverage in the real world, which money is the thing that accomplishes that. So it's a very difficult process, but someone has to lead the cause, and I believe that meta builders could do that with the support of the rest of these entities in this industry, to where previously discussed and agreed upon portions of the traditional business that would be meta builders, but decentralized in Web3 space. That way, meta builders is not a business per se that's running shit. It's more or less just an entity that handles all the risk, handles all the front work, herds the cats, as Tinfany would say.
Nice reference, a nice shout out right there. Yeah, this, like, the overall ethos and culture is centered around decentralization. But from my own experience in this space, it seems that it is often not well defined. And there's this immediate urge to go into this very anarchic mode, which I don't mind specifically, but it can get to a kind of structurelessness, which is very tyrannical, actually, which is the structurelessness itself can become oppressive and can not lead to the goal that this group has. And this is a problem that many people are facing. and there is a new wave of thinking in terms of decentralization, and especially in terms of leadership that takes into account what is very special about this whole space. And there is, especially you might be interested if you're speaking about leadership in Talent DAO. Easier for stuff to be done, as traditional corporations have shown, when there are these hierarchies of division of labor, of very precise tasks, of basically this kind of military way of organizing. But the thing is to not go overboard with that, to not let it be oppressive. And this is a very fine line. And from what I know, you're in these organizations that are still very nascent, and you're a small team, and you didn't have the scaling up, let's say, of some other organizations. So I think it's probably very easy to do this now. But what would you say would be the case if suddenly you got a lot of people working for you, you got a lot of talented people, and you gotta organize and manage all this energy that's coming in the system? Um, would you still stay in this kind of role uh, as a leader, or would you try to progressively decentralize this? I don't know if I was exactly
Yeah, I got what you said.
clear in whatever. Okay.
Yeah, no. So when things actually get real, and I'm forced to, lead thousands of people as opposed to a small group, would I still have the similar ideology, or would I want to, get out essentially? And well, and that's what I'm trying to accomplish from the beginning. Is like once we have all these entities together, because like I really like the idea of Moloch Cloudship, and it's very more advanced in an idea towards serving the service providers that are the developers in this space. And so like for me, I would like to see something like that, that type of structure be supported in when it comes to the workings of the actual work that's being done. And on the business side of accumulating the funds and then dispersing the funds to entities like that, and like Metagame, for example, I love the way that you guys use emojis to pay people and things like that. Those are the type of structures that I believe will pull away the pain from people like me will experience, because I'm not trying to be like, hey, I want to lead all these people. What I'm trying to do is say, hey, everyone, you already have all this stuff, and I've got the missing link on the side of like I can get into rooms that many people can't get into based upon the type of individual that I am and the fearlessness that I enter some of these spaces. People are like, okay, well, this guy's not trying to take us because he doesn't give a shit one way or the other. And so, I want to utilize the leverage that I have and the hard work that I've been doing over this past couple of years, building these deep-seated relationships with the people at the top. And I'm talking like, movie directors and people in Hollywood, and the people who are doing LeBron James's NFT project are the people that are hitting me up saying, hey, can you help my friend? So there's all this money and all this stuff is happening, and Microsoft or IBM or whatever are going to figure it out. they're going to find that rat piece of shit, pardon my French, but they're going to find the guy that is willing to sell out the Web3 space, give them all the goodies, and they can back that ideology with billions. And then now we're sitting here playing wannabe Web3, taking scraps for avatar builds when we could be building the industry and with all of the power and knowledge that exists within this space, in the spirit that already exists within this space. We're literally there. We just need to shove traditional business into the funnel that exists, and we need to organize each other in a way to where we don't have to depend on any human being. We build the structure together, and then boom, now we could just all market one thing. Like, let's say meta builders, it's all diversified, everyone gets their portion. And so it's not Mike Smart meta builders anymore, it's meta builders, the DAO of all the DAOs, and it's like we use that entity to push forward into traditional business and take all of that money to fuel these DAOs that are doing all of this work in the space.
Yeah, I see this common thread into what you're saying of protecting something from capture, from traditional ways of thinking, all this innovation and this radical stuff that is happening. So I can see yourself in the role of a guardian. If you would you identify with something like this?
I think that, I would like to look at this whole scenario as like the Web3 as an idea in the wind. And the idea came to me through necessity of a massive life change through an epiphany type way. And so therefore I essentially open my wings to catch this gust of wind, this idea in the wind, and help usher it into realization, because I agree with it, and it serves my new way of thinking. So I would much rather just, be looked at as somebody who's like alley-ooping an idea that already exists into the net, essentially, and then, I'm willing to put myself at risk to accomplish these things because I have children and I see what society has done with itself the way that it is now. And we have these magic wands in our hands and we need to use them for good so that the next 100 years doesn't look like the last 100 years.
That's the goal. So it seems like we have some questions from people. So first question from Missanth. Is MetaBuilders for individuals, organizations, or both? As in, do we approach MetaBuilders for work or for service? Or both?
Both.
That comes from Missanth. Both.
Yeah, so a lot of this comes from just selfishness in general, thinking about all the things that I wish I had throughout this process of getting to where I am now. So as a business, I'm like, I had to figure this all out by myself. I reached out to people and they said, don't innovate in innovation, quote unquote. Don't innovate in innovation, this guy tells me. And so, people are trying to squash me down the whole way, trying to learn, and I didn't like it. And so I just started making friends in the space and realized that I know everybody that can accomplish all these things, and they're all broke, and they shouldn't be, because they can do things that I could not even imagine at that point in time, and that stuff is valuable. So through the process of me overpaying people who are unqualified, I realized that there needs to be more trust or trustlessness in this space. So and also I think about workers. What are workers going to look like in 5 years from now? They're all going to be robots flipping burgers. I mean, they're already handling 99.9% of distribution. So human beings are being worked out of the workplace. And the only work that's going to exist is to build for the artificial intelligence. So like, that being the case, we need places for people that are these scatterbrained 10-second clip TikTok watching fucking, I've got anime on this computer, I've got my game over here, I'm grinding over here on Alien Worlds, like those type of individuals who could never stand in a line and say yes sir, no sir. We need to build a structure for those type of people on the massive scale so that people can just hop in, do some work real quick, hop out, and have that be, recorded and rewarded without human intervention. And that's where Meta Builders provides, comfort for workers, because we are taking in large clients that will then open up the need for all of this work. And if we can funnel in the workers, we have partnerships with colleges that we're trying to have the professors bring us their postgraduates or whatnot, so that they can get first-time job placement in the Web3 space, because that's the next industry, and it's the industry that exists now. So if we can funnel all of the workers and all of the businesses into one space, then now we service both. You play to earn. Right. Well, that brings me to my most recent client and a friend of mine, Jason Michael Primrose, who is has just launched their NFT project. It's it's not even like an NFT launch or an NFT project launch, and they're not trying to sell out or anything. But obviously they are trying to sell out, but it's different. Like, they understand where things are going in a way of storytelling and playing, but also providing some sort of monetary gain through the process, because like you said, and like we've agreed on, is that the majority of the work is going to be art based or tech based, just helping the process along. Like, there will never, I mean, I guess there will be, but there will always be artists, and there will always be a marketplace for traditional art as above generated AI art, regardless of how good it gets. It's nice to have the spirit behind it, and you can't get that with AI. But I lost my train of thought. Play to earn, basically. Oh yeah, so Children of Andromeda, they have the play or read to earn, and I thought that was pretty dope, where you get your NFT and you're able to experience different parts of the book, and then they're enhancing the reader experience through the chapters of having augmented reality and holographic or holograms in the reading experience. And that's where I see it going, is stuff like that. Like, you don't need to sell out a PFP and make a point, or get rich real quick. We just want a better, more in-depth experience, and be able to monetize that experience while we're enjoying our lives. If we can make money by reading and playing while robots ship us cheeseburgers through our windows that we bought in the metaverse, then why the fuck not?
Yeah, it seems like we got one more question from Vincent again. How does one become a meta builder?
As of right now, we're just doing stuff, like for example, Musashi, he's fully his own thing. They do their own thing at their, whole lot cloud ship and all that stuff. But they also have been helping us out with other things like building in the metaverse and Neos and marketing, helping us market on Twitter and things like that. And there's been no contractual agreements. It's just, he does some stuff and I pay him, and like it's good. And he was just doing that stuff anyways. I just am one of the guys that are helping pay him to do that type of stuff. And that's how I would like it to be for now. But at some point there will be gated memberships for service providers so that we can verify people. And, there will be a token, whether we adopt somebody else's token of their DAO, which would be ideal, to be honest, if we could create some sort of a DAO token that's, a DAO of DAO tokens type deal. But yeah, as of right now, you just hang out. You can join our Discord, discord.gg/metabuilders. And yeah, that's it. I mean, we're not trying to take over anything, or, we want everyone to have their own brand as well. It just be, if you work on packages through MetaBuilders, there's a standard that we hold ourselves to, because we're trying to be the Nike of, MetaBuilder type businesses. So we want nothing but the highest quality projects to our standards, like Masters of the Bitcoin or Lost Children of Andromeda, things of that sort, to where they have legs, they actually have intellectual property and a business and all of these things. But yeah, I hope that answered your question. I'm totally in my head.
Cool. That was very nice. There sure are a lot of stuff that you test on that we don't have the time maybe now to get in depth, but it was very nice starting you.
Well, thanks for having me on. I was incredibly nervous in the beginning of this thing, but this stuff, I'm actually passionate about it, and so it just pops out. I'm like, okay, this is what I'm doing. But yeah, I do want to touch on the fact that I'm trying to move in a pace that the market is not prepared for. For example, like I'm talking to people that are heading, hedge funds, $100 million hedge funds and things like that. And I'm trying to get this structure put in place to where I can reach out to these traditional style investors and basically force them to, instead of invest in us in a way to where they own anything, they can invest in the tokens if they would like to, so that they can benefit off of the growth, but nobody owns shit except for the DAOs. So it would be nice to get a couple $1 million to fund some sort of a DAO that oversees this whole thing. And so that's the direction that I'm heading in. And anybody who is interested in helping me do that and adding their organizations to this overall thing that, I'm trying to help create, you can find me at MetaBuilders Discord. That's where we'll be. Yeah, thanks for having me on.
See you around.
Take it easy.
Okay, so next we'll have Mokasa from Rhoda, which we're still waiting for. It would be better. Okay then. So self-care break. For waiting patiently. We have Mokaso here. Finally, everything is cool. Everything can be continued now. So,
Yes.
Mokaso will be here talking about RODAO and making the connection from the physical to the digital. So, let's go. Mokaso, the floor is yours.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for having me. So excited to be here with MetaFest. I love everything that MetaGames has always been about, and being able to connect with the Mullet builders, especially hearing the last panel, it just always confirms that I'm exactly where I need to be around the people that are going to keep pushing me forward in that direction that I know we are all headed towards anyways. And that's exactly what physical to digital is all about. So we really pride ourselves in first and foremost education, and then networking, and then transforming. And with those three pillars, we know that we can accomplish just about anything together. So that's really where this idea comes from. So myself, my journey started with turning my tie-dye t-shirts into NFTs.
For waiting patiently. We
Oh,
have.
you're still watching the stream.
Sorry.
Nah, you're all right. I'm gonna bring Musashi in as well. So, okay. No sweat.
Okay. I don't think I was watching it on my phone, on my laptop though, so I don't think that's me.
Oh, but your mic's flaring up.
To the digital. So, let's go.
Is it Telegram still? You still on Telegram?
Thank you guys for having me. So excited to be here.
Wow, that's so trippy. We're going back into the question. Is this going to go on forever? Are we stuck in a loop?
It just always depends on
Probably,
exactly where I
until-
need to be around the people that are going to keep pushing me.
That's
in that
amazing.
direction that I know we are all headed
Actually,
towards.
if you see it
And that's
from a
exactly
certain
what
perspective, it's
is all
psychedelic.
about. So we really pride ourselves in
Meta.
first and foremost education,
This is
and then
this is
networking,
meta.
and then transforming. And with those three pillars, we know that we can accomplish just about anything together. So that's really where this idea comes
It's
from.
just so everybody can hear an
myself,
audio
my journey
check, you
started
know?
with turning my tie-dye t-shirts
Hey,
into
what's up, man?
NFTs.
Waiting
Thanks for being here.
patiently. We
Oh,
have.
you're still watching the stream.
I'm not watching
You're
it.
all right. I'm gonna
I'm
bring
not
Musashi
sure who
as
it
well.
is.
So, okay. No sweat.
Okay. I don't think I was watching it on my phone, on my laptop though, so I don't think that's me.
Oh, but your
Whoa.
mic's flaring up.
To the digital. So, let's go.
Is it Telegram still? You still on Telegram?
Thank you guys for No, I don't have having me. anything So open excited except to for be this. here.
Wow, that's so trippy.
I
It's
know.
going on.
Hold on.
It's actually going on again and again. It's going to go on forever. Are we stuck?
Okay,
Are
I'm
you
so sorry. I'm
watching
just gonna.
Nissan's stream still?
I don't. That could be it. Yeah. That could be it. You're a genius, Musashi.
That's probably it.
Apologize, MetaFam, and anyone watching this stream. We love you, and don't leave. Mo's coming back
Please.
right now. Please.
Can leave.
These things happen, you know. Can you hear us? Sweet. Awesome. I think it
Make
might
sure
be
that we can
Discord.
hear you.
Yeah, we need to. That's the most important thing. Today cannot continue until we can hear you. Literally.
Yeah, I don't
Oh.
have anything open.
Discord. Are you on Discord? Discord.
I'm not on Discord. I was on Discord on my phone before.
It's
Whoa.
actually going on again.
Maybe close the
Whoa.
browser.
I did. I opened it in Chrome
And
this
it's still
time.
playing.
I'm
sorry. I'm just gonna. Maybe
Maybe it's speakerphone. Speakerphone.
that could be it.
It's your speakers.
That could be it. You're a genius, Musashi.
That's probably it.
That's so
That's
bizarre.
amazing.
Okay, I think we're good now.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, I don't hear no replay. Okay, great. And let me
Big
tell
round
you
of
guys,
applause. You did it. You did it. You
this
did
has
it.
been my life all week. So I will take full blame for it. It's just like a
Oh, it's looping back again.
music cloud.
These things happen, you know. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Is it still tripping?
That was
I
my
swear
first.
I'm not even like tripping, and this is tripping me out.
What's happening? We're gonna figure this out. Yeah, this is one of the wonders. We can figure this out together. I believe.
Wait,
Okay.
why is I do hear it now? Oh my gosh.
Discord, you on Discord? Discord?
No.
Okay.
I'm just gonna mute because the feedback's getting.
I did. I opened it. I did.
Yeah, I know. Maybe try restarting the computer.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
I think she just needs a
Headset or
microphone
something.
headset. That's it. Yeah, I think it's the speakers on her computer. It causes a feedback in Neos as well.
Yeah.
but why should it be looping so regularly? Like it's like it looped, then it went in another loop, but it was not immediately, not like microphone feedback. It had
It was-
some
You're
like a
right.
1 minute delay. It shouldn't. It should be something
Yeah.
else with playback.
It felt like
You're right.
it sounded like it was like the stream was being watched like I don't know, but that's I don't know.
Like it was being streamed on a Twitch in another tab. Like, yeah, I don't know. Very weird.
Well, I mean, we did do checks before coming on, and oh boy, were there some troubleshooting backstage. Looks like there's some more, which is that's fine. These hiccups happen. I think I'm gonna make a executive decision here and put the stream back on another little break till we iron out all these bumps in our shirts of a stream, a fabric of reality. So thank you for your patience, everyone watching. We do apologize for these technicals, but what you gonna do? Human error is human error. So if, guys, you want to say anything before we go on another little break and figure this out?
I'd say it's the most reasonable thing to do.
Okay. I just want to
Sure.
quickly remind everyone that the Gitcoin grants are currently going on. They are going on the same length of time as the MetaFest2 is the same length of time. So they started 3 days ago, and that's going on till the 23rd of this month. So do go check that out, Gitcoin. And yeah, thanks for your patience. We'll be right back. All right, and we're back. We do apologize for the long delay. Unfortunately, Mo from Rawdow couldn't finish the presentation due to technicals, but we are going to reschedule her because her and Rawdow are super awesome, and we want you guys to know about that. So right now we've got our next guest, Urbanica, Herberto and Anna from Urbanica, sorry. And yeah, welcome. Thank you for being here. Yeah, glad you're here.
Hey, thank you guys. Hello, how are you doing?
Wonderful.
We have a message for you. Boogie, can you play it, please?
Of course. Oh, I might have to play again.
Inhabitants
I don't know
of
if the
Earth,
audio is coming
I am
through.
the bearer of a
We don't
message
see
from the
anything
Galactic
and we're not
Federation.
listening to it.
Humanity has
Okay.
been condemned after being found responsible due to its greed and negligence
Right, so
for the
now it's, yeah,
accelerated
I think it's done.
desertification of green areas, the extinction of 50% of the native species of its planet, and the uncontrolled rise in the global temperatures. You have already passed the point of no return. Soon your own planet will take care of eliminating you like a plague to start anew. Paradoxically, the Federation also discovered that humanity possesses a strength that could be of great value to life in the universe. So we decided to step in and give you a chance. Neither the techno-scientific advances nor what you call economic resources can save you. What will is a radical change in the way of organizing. We are here to facilitate that change. We call on men and women who are experts or interested in decentralized governance, the commons, post-capitalism, cyber-physical coordination, cosmolocalism, and regenerative economics to contact us. You already have the knowledge. We will help you accelerate the change. Contact us at info.urbanica@protonmail.com. In the meantime, please forward this message. Time is running out.
Wow, powerful stuff, man. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Candles that smell great.
Well, we are going to tell you now if you can play the presentation, Boogie, please. A little bit more why we send the message and what Urbanica is and what are we doing.
Was that the second video, yes?
No. I will share the screen, sorry.
Okay. Oh, cool.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So you already saw the video. And what is Urbanica? Well, Urbanica is an immersive video series on decentralized coordination tools that we will actually teach people how they can reimagine and regenerate their cities. And why did we decide to start with a project like that is because there is a lack of optimistic inspiration. We are bombed by bad news and pessimistic scenarios every day. And there are no highly engaging stories about how we can envision or reach better futures. A lot of media are Black Mirror style. There is a plain side. A lot of media today are Black Mirror style media. And what we would like to do with Urbanica is having a solar punk mirror style media to promote a post-capitalistic future. Okay. We have here a video. So this would be Boogie, the second video, if you can play it. Just the initial part is the important one.
Until the smile. We will tell you when to stop it.
Yes.
Please.
Sorry, I think I just did the same boo-boo I just did. 1 second, I'm gonna play it again, okay? It's not, it's not picking up the audio again. There we go. Righty.
It is not, the audio doesn't work.
Sightings have been confirmed all over the region.
Can you hear it?
Wait,
is it not working?
they're transmitting a message.
Inhabitants of Earth, I am the bearer of a message from the Galactic Federation.
Dime,
Jefe, hemos privatizado el último parque de la ciudad y ahora le estamos cobrando a la gente 20 pesos por entrar.
buen trabajo.
Solo hay una cosa más.
¿Qué?
¿Has visto las noticias?
No te preocupes por las noticias. Yo me encargaré de eliminarla. O mi nombre no es Molo.
Hello everyone! What a cliffhanger, right? If you want to find out more about the series, maybe something about the
That's it.
characters and what is going on in our...
Thank you, Boogie.
No problem, man. Thank you.
Then we'll return to the presentation. So as Anna was saying, we are releasing an interactive and immersive video series where one can follow and witness two paths of urban regeneration, which in this case are capitalistic and post-capitalistic ones. And the videos will take people from being viewers, learning lessons from Kin, which is the person that shared the first message, to becoming players by solving mini games and in real life challenges applied to their cities. So this is how interactivity and immersivity play in this, and this is also an innovation within educational programs. Instead of having one person talking for, I don't know, 1 hour, 2 hours, we'll have a story going on, and we will be learning through this storytelling. So how are we doing this?
Thankfully, with the first round, we participated in Gitcoin Grants. The Gitcoin Grants 13, we were able to fundraise and buy a Rococo mocap suit. And so we're going to do the body capture and hand capture, face capture with the Rococo mocap suit and using iPhone 13. Then we are going to have metahumans that are going to be generated through Unreal Engine.
Yes, and maybe here Boogie can show how Kin is going. As Boogie is...
Yep, of course, man.
Yes, please. Score is part of the core team and has been doing an amazing job modeling Kin from scratch. Maybe while Boogie shows, okay, there is it. Yes, perfect. Do you want to tell us something about it, Boogie?
Well, yeah, sure, of course. That'd be lovely. So here we have a prototype version of Kin that's taken myself and everyone involved a lot of patience. There's been a lot of patience involved in making Kin. This is version 2 or 3 at the minute, and I've based this off of the illustrations you've seen in the PowerPoint. I mean, granted, there's a couple things. I mean, I'm a perfectionist, so I'm gonna say there's something wrong, but I'm really happy and proud of myself, and you know, with how this is turning out so far. But I have a feeling as this project evolves, this version of Kin may evolve slightly as well. But this is the first time I've ever made a project like this, an avatar to this high fidelity, for the intention of being used to make meta media, as like Metaverse video production, that kind of stuff. So yeah, like I mean, I think I could just talk critically about it, but I'm really impressed with myself and proud of myself, and I'm grateful for H. Besso and Anna for giving me this opportunity and reaching out and saying, hey, can you try this thing? And I'm like, yeah, of course I could try this thing. And then here we are, like a couple months later, and it's only going to get better from here. Like after I don't wish MetaFest2 would end, but when that's done, I'm probably going to be focusing a lot on getting this avatar. And I don't know, I don't want to. I'm going to stop there because I might give spoilers away, something like that. But yeah, this is Kin, and made 100% in Blender using open source technologies, MB Lab, and some other YouTubers that have made plugins and extra cool things to make the arm, and everything is everything's open source so far.
It looks amazing. Like we have seen all the process, and you have in your videos in your YouTube channel the way that it took you to get her into this spot, and we're just so happy and proud of you, and of seeing also the time that took you and the learnings
and the commitment.
Yes, thank you for this. You are awesome.
No problem.
Well,
it's
let's
all
talk
right,
about
man.
the team. So we are MetaGamers. It's Ana, Humberto, HBSO, me, Boogie. And then we have other value-aligned folks from different parts of the world.
We have an instructional designer from Mexico. We have a movie director that is here with us in Chetumal. We have local activists. We have a game designer and a comic writer. So we are, well, and a well-being officer, which is also. So we are really from all over the world and from all different parts of life, but we came together to make this possible. And recently we also met a person from Russia who is going to send us some 3D models of parks and houses. So we're very blessed with having all these people with us.
Boogie, can you get back to the presentation, please?
Of course, no problem, bro. Give me
Wow,
one
look at
second.
those guys. Amazing.
All right, let me focus up. There we go.
Thank you
These
very
are
much.
all the beautiful people that we were talking about. And in case you were wondering where the first episode will come out, it will be in August 2022. We're working all hard on this. And yes, the launch should be soon.
And how can you support us? We will be very grateful if you could support us in Bitcoin Grants 14 and also in Giveth.io. We are working on this. You have seen the work of Boogie, and we have the equipment, and now the script is being developed. And I will say some alpha just for the metagamers and for those watching this is that we are working with the author of the book Free, Fair, and Alive. I won't say anything more, but we're working directly with him, and the team is turning this book into this story, and the script we will have the script ready by the next week. So we are now starting on the virtual production part, and yes, this is happening. So that's it. Do you have any questions? Would you like to?
Last thing. You can find us on Twitter at 0xurbanica. And yes, there you can find all the relevant links and what we're doing and what is happening. So we are there.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We do have one question from the server, and the question is the dog really a part of the team? Is Oso the dog part of the team?
Yes, of course. Yes. He makes
Yeah.
sure that we don't overwork, and yes, he's a facilitator and helping our mental health a lot. So of course he is.
When we work too much, he comes to us and he tells us like, "Hey, you need to take me for a walk."
Lovely stuff.
One last thing, please support us on Gitcoin, but also when you do that, support also Metagame Grant. So we need to support each other, and there are several grants there, but one that we need to shield a lot is the Metagame one. And please, also the projects that come from Metagame come out of Metagamers. In this case, is Urbanica, but I believe that in the next round we'll have orders from some other players. So please, thank you very much.
Thank you once again, man. Really appreciate you coming up here and telling us about this amazing project. That's going to change the world.
Yes, it is.
It's really nice to see some metagamers trying to use this technologies of VR and AR for actual planetary level good. It's very impressive, and I hope this project goes well. I really do.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I think by having three metagamers in here, it already has this essence and this different paradigm of making things, and it makes a change, it makes a difference.
Big time. I completely agree.
So,
well,
how can I ask you a question? One more.
Yep.
You already gave some hints on some of what's going to happen next. So I want to know what the longer term aim is and how big you want it to get, or what is the plan 2 or 3 or even 5 years down the line?
Yeah, for now we are going to focus, since we're quite small, we're going to focus on 4 cities, 2 cities in Mexico and 2 cities in Colombia. And we want to have established 10 urban commons within the first, let's say the first series, the first chapter, yes, the season, which is the Solar Punk Awakening. And then the plan is, well, to have further seasons and to expand to other cities and creating other urban commons. Like we're going to travel for 5 years in Latin America, and the goal is to go to different places and promote Urbanica. Yes.
But one thing about your question for the long term, so we are doing all this in Creative Commons and everything is in a GitHub being put so that other people from other cultures can take that, let's say, can take Keen and then adapt it to make another agent called whatever that resembles, let's say, African culture, African context. And then we can have one that resembles more European and one for Asian. But the idea is that we don't do all these so that people come and say, hey, I love the story. The story is perfect. I just need to change some things, some words, some places, some tones. So some things that will make it contextual. And then other people can take the story to their culture. And then we can have all this regeneration going on without the need for us to do it. And this is the important thing. That's why we are all doing all this in open source.
And it will be open source. Whoa, okay.
There's
a lot of stuff happening. Whoa, I wasn't aware of that. But you know, that's a space, and I really like that it stays regional for the start. It's really close to. It sounds like the Zapatista bottom map approach of building this regional network and then expanding, but not having all this imperialistic, we will dominate the world kind of vibe. So I really appreciate this.
Yeah. One thing about the story is like the Galactic Federation comes to Earth to facilitate this transition into a post-capitalist society, and Keen is one of the agents. But as I was saying, like there should be other agents that are focused on other parts of the world, and this is where other people can fork, let's say, Keen and make their own agent. And this is what you are saying, like for other people to make the changes on their situational knowledge, on how they think is the best thing to do it, and not waiting for others to do it. Yes.
That's amazing. So, that was it from Humberto and Anna and Urbanica. It's an amazing project. I hope it goes well. So, guys, and please do yourself a favor and support the Gitcoin grant.
Yes, please.
Make sure. Yeah.
Sorry,
Shout out. Shout
Thank you.
out.
Thank
So,
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. That was interesting. I hope we had more time for that. Actually, there's so much stuff that's going on in Urbanica, and you're involved too. So
Yeah, I'm here,
hope to
bro.
see them again. Okay, so what do we got next?
I believe.
Neos.
Oh yeah.
Neos. We got some Neos. We got some more Neos going on with 150. So, Boggy, are you gonna follow up 150 in Neos?
Yeah, we're just getting set up with our headset, so if you bear with us 1 sec, I'll grab him and bring him to the main stage. He's in the backstage at the minute.
Of course.
Yeah, one
Okay.
sec, broski.
A lot to take in actually from today. And I don't know about you, but Neo seems like a really big thing also. Seeing this aspect of getting the 2D aspect of a boring old interface where you have to click stuff, you have to type, and actually being able to explore a space and actually have the same functionality that you have on the software, but actually on a level where it's more intuitive because you're moving. And this is very close to my own background in basically movement science and embodied cognition, and it is very important for thinking to move. It is very close to my heart, and seeing that being the case is very amazing. It's great, and I hope that also the whole gear of VR becomes more affordable in the future, because this the whole aspect of interaction interfacing that is very different, and we've been sleeping on it. Honestly, we've been sleeping on that set.
Well, I feel like everyone's gonna wake up fairly soon, kind of thing. I'm pretty hopeful. I'm a big advocate for mass adoption of these new technologies that are being developed, and yeah, I'm hopeful, bro. Like I think we got this in the bag. It's just gonna take a little bit of a trustlessness and dedication and consistency, most importantly. Yeah. Sorry, I'm still just getting set up, bro. Do apologize, everyone. Lovely. Hey, we in business. Okay.
So everyone, you can leave your questions, your comments, your whatevers if you want. Be free to do that. Or on YouTube, in Discord, wherever you are. Let us know what's going on. Oh.
Yeah, I've been getting ready this whole time. Almost, pretty much. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna switch to this scene in a second. I want you to finish your thought, though. I do apologize for distracting you with my face.
Oh, I'm saying if people want to engage, I think you're free. You're free to do this. We have our eyes on the chat.
Right, I'm gonna get 150 in here. Well, I'm gonna go find him in Neos. Actually, to be fair, yeah, I'm gonna go find him in Neos, and then yeah, this is where it gets a bit like not complicated, but like it's like I could go find him in VR to bring him here, or like I could just message him. Like, there's too many options. So yeah, I'm gonna go find him.
That's very cool, actually. You're gonna be hunting for 150.
Yeah, I could just get real lost. Actually, I'll do it.
Apparently, this is something you can do.
I'm gonna get distracted.
In this.
Right, one sec, bro. 1 second.
Be sure to hydrate, people. Everything okay from your side? Alrighty.
All right, folks. There has been a slight, as you know, I think today is just like a technical type of, hiccup day. So I'm gonna kill some time. I'm gonna show you Neos again, but hopefully this time not as choppy as yesterday, because we didn't, life. I don't know, lessons. I learned that we can not send choppy screen shares. So I'm gonna go ahead and show you Neos a little bit more. So let's get into that, shall we? Okay.
Right.
Yeah. It shouldn't be. Hopefully, it won't be too long for my bro to yeah, to sort it out. But these things happen, Like sometimes we're like, okay, I'm ready to do something, and then bam, something happens. So switch scene. Okay. All right, here we are in Neos. Whoa. And essentially, this is my avatar. We're currently in my personal world. Bogey's home. Welcome to my home. Please don't don't get your carpet on. Don't. Oh, I messed that joke up. I was gonna say take your shoes off before entering my house. But anyway, this is Neos again. Hopefully things look a lot smoother for you than they did yesterday from my end. And I'm just gonna go up here. I like to, gather my thoughts. Talking sideways. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not today. But yeah. Neos is a cool place where you can talk to people, you can interact with people, you can make things, you can make legitimate pieces of artwork. I remember Penguin yesterday was asking about that specifically, and I'm gonna just show you guys what I was talking about then. I was talking about this specific tool, this one. Yeah, I might just go through all the tools actually. Just pull them all out. I don't know what that one is. That one's a question mark. But this is one of my favorite tools. This little cube looking thing, all you do, you hit the trigger and you just, you drag out a cube. And then you pull it out for width and then you pull it down for length and you pull it forward for, the other measurement. I wasn't good at math, so I do apologize. But yeah, so that's, how you make cubes pretty easily. And, you could put you get this, every avatar, where you going? Every avatar has a little, I don't know if you can see it well, but there's like a bar there. It's like a little transparent bar. If I put that on there, no, maybe not. Go like that. There we go. So now it's stuck to my hand. So like you don't have to always have this menu up, and you can just have a bunch of tools, as many as you want on your hand. Where are the other tools? There's this one. I think this is the drawing tool. Yeah, this is the good one. This is the good one. Delete that. And got my cube. And we're going to use this cube as a table today. Cool. So I'm going to quit my tool. I'm left-handed, by the way. Pro tip, fun fact. So I'm going to just draw a little, I don't know what I'm making, killing time. A bowl, I guess. I'm making a bowl. And I guess I'm not good at making, I've made a bowl before, but we're going to try. That's the only way you learn. Okay, it's a very odd bowl. You know what? Maybe I'm going for a teacup now, actually. A teacup, Like art is subjective, and I'm subjecting myself to this. Maybe I'm gonna. You know what's funny? Actually, I'm actually left-handed in real life, but I think my right hand's my dominant hand. I don't know, but you can switch. Why not? Like, there's no wrong answers with these things. So I'm making like a kind of hollowed out teapot now. It's the spout, and then there's a little bit of smoke, just like a little bit of like smoke and mirrors. And yeah, so these are some of the basic tools you can have in Neos, and let's just pull up some more. There's a lot of them, man. There's so many different ones. There's a microphone. So we got the cube, the light. This is one of my favorite ones. If I can spawn it in, where'd it go? There it is. So the light, like it's a little light. I mean, it doesn't look that bright now, but you activate it. You got a little light source, and then you with your trigger still held down, you just pull away, and that makes your light source bigger or smaller. And what's really cool is if I deactivate that and grab this light, I can scale that up, and then that affects the light. I'm going to keep that above me so you can see what I'm doing. And then to change the color, this is going to be an experiment. I actually haven't tried this next step, but let's give it a go. Get the material. This one's for applying materials, and I'll show you what that means. So it's empty at the minute, the inside, but if I point it at the ground, select it, now I've got the floor material, and I can, like in Photoshop, I can eyedrop that onto maybe not that object, but this object, and now that's invisible due to that material, that specific material being one-sided. So it's like for a floor or something. So yeah, what is that? Don't know. But yeah, I'm just gonna check my actual screen while I'm just bear me 1 second, everybody. See if anyone's trying to contact me or anything like that. Does happen quite a lot, especially when multiplayer coordinating. Wait. Yeah, cool. Cool. But yeah, so the material one, this is essentially like, I wonder if I can grab the light material. I can. Wow. So I can apply that to that. Bam. Now that's sharing the same thing. And I'm just going to delete that one. I'm going to save this light material, and I'm going to grab probably one of the most important tools. 150 did cover this a little bit yesterday, but I'm going to show you like in practice, like how, so I want to change this light color, for example, prime example. So what I do, I can either select either of those objects. Doesn't really matter. There's no wrong answers. They have the same shared skin, essentially, kind of thing. So I'm going to just select that using a button in VR called secondary. It's usually the second button on the thumb pad area next to the joysticks. and I'm going to open the inspector. And now yesterday I kind of got a bit giddy when I got into talking about this inspector, but this is like Unity game engine, like I said yesterday or the day before. I'm not sure. Time isn't real. Okay, so we've got our inspector for this cube over there, right here. That's there. This is here. Lovely. I'm right here. Excellent. Okay, so we're going to drill down into this to find that. And to do that, it's right here, I believe. I believe that's it. If I clear it, no, that's not it. Okay, static shader from shaders. You just pull that out. Let's have a read. Nope, that's the wrong thing. No worries. This isn't a test. Persistent. What if I turn it off? Okay, that doesn't affect that. So that's interesting. So yeah, like I said, I didn't know what I was doing when I started, but I'm willing to figure it out if you're willing to wait for me to figure it out. So we're going to just figure it out. Box collider. So yeah, these are all these different things, like where it says D and X. This is a component. Now, if anyone watching this is familiar with Unity, everything in the inspector is broken down into components, just like in Neos, which is great. This is why I love it, because I'm like, oh, cool, I just got add component, and I got this big old list to pick from. And I'm like, okay, what do I want? Do I want like an input, or do I want like media or networking, like anything available, which is great. There's a lot of variety in that component option there, but I'm still looking for that color for the light. Aha, here it is. So let me bring this closer. So the PBS metallic on point light, this is what we need. So that is that material up there, and I'm going to drill into that. Cool. So what I did was just open the settings for that setting. So these are the settings for that setting. And I mean, I don't really need this now, but I like to just, you don't really have to move the windows, but I'm just showing you like what's really good at the minute. So I believe this box here is the color. And if I just go like that, change the color, go like that. No, nothing. Okay. If I change, or I clear it, I'm pretty sure it's this. Maybe it's because it's got logics on it. Yeah, it's because it's got logics on it. Anything purple, that means a piece of code is controlling that, kind of like maybe in After Effects or Blender, we've got keyframes or drivers or expressions controlling your objects thingy, like the light switch. So there's a switch that tells that to do that, which is great. That's very handy, and it also works on this. No, maybe not. It works on that because that doesn't have the same triggers, probably.
Bogey. I'll let you
yes.
know that we got 150.
Oh, sweet. Is he on main stage?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sweet,
150 in the house.
It's actually in the room.
Oh, lovely. All right, let me just take my headset off, and I'll switch back to the speaker room real quick. Cool. I'm really sweaty, man.
Palms are sweaty.
Knees weak, arms are heavy. Yes, definitely.
Bogey spaghetti.
Bogey spaghetti. Oh, I love that. That's probably going to be my next NFT collection. Bogey spaghetti. Bowls of spaghetti. Okay. Welcome, 150. Thank you. And thank you for being patient with technology, with like the rest of us today. I'll come find you in Neos. I just need to sort out one little thing on my end. Okay. I just zoned out there for a sec. Let me just hide that. All right, cool. So are you're in Bolt now, 150, bro?
Hello. Hey.
Hey. Hey, welcome. Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Okay, awesome. So I just had to like detoggle everything. Just you guys were probably like looking at me fumble through some setting stuff. But yeah, here I am in the meat space and in the metaverse world inside of Bolt at the moment. Let me go ahead and pull my little hoverboard over here. Anyway, yes, it is a pleasure to be here once again inside of the metaverse and in the meat space. I got a little like border around me so you guys can see that I'm actually a real person. I'm not just a computer, even though I do have a computer on my face. So yeah, hello everybody. And I am going to be meeting up with Bogey, and we're going to be going over some of the tooling inside of Neos from the comfort of Bolt, of course. And you know, it's pretty much going to be a pretty good time. As he was alluding to some of the tooling before I hopped in,
Yeah.
I was trying to get
Trying
him to
to.
like, yeah. Well, for the most part, you're doing a pretty good job. I was trying to get him to like to you guys on a quick little world tour, um, rather than just pretty much like going through some of the tooling at the moment.
Yeah.
But it's all good. I think Neos has a ton of amazing worlds that we're gonna have to explore here shortly, and can't wait to showcase those. Um, yeah, hopefully the stream and my vision isn't choppy at all for people that are watching. I'm looking at the stream right now through the heatsink projection
Oh, nice.
screens inside a Bolt. Yeah, so I'm able to like take a look to see what other people are seeing in real time at the moment, which is pretty cool, kind of neat. Really, really taking the meta to the next level here, pushing the boundaries. So yeah, I think for the most part, Neos is like the most bleeding edge inside of Web3 at the moment. It's like if crypto voxels and VR chat sort of had a child at this moment in time. And I think the capabilities here are not to be understated and can really catapult brand authority to the next level. Outside of just some proprietary walled garden, such as like Altspace or some proprietary Unreal Engine 5 installation, this is really a community-based open tool, open and permissionless. Everybody gets a free gigabyte. It's neat. It's awesome. So yeah. Bogey, let me know when you're able to jump in
Yeah, I'm
and
already in
kick it.
VR. I'm in my home world, man. I just need an invite,
Okay.
broski.
Whoa, really? Let's see
Yeah.
here. Yeah, it
Yes.
is private. I'm gonna open it up to Contacts Plus.
Sweet.
Actually, let's do registered users. That way we have like a bit of
Yeah, that's a great idea.
a wild card moment. So anybody watching the stream, if you want to find this world and come and visit, you can for the moment. But only contacts if you add me as a friend, you will be a builder momentarily. The idea is if you have builder roles, you can change exactly what's on the screen. So I don't want anybody just having builder roles, being able to manipulate the entire world while we're having MetaFest. So yeah. But in the future, if you are a holder of the contract, then you can just come in here and change the world in a bunch of different parallel instances. Hey.
Got some homies coming in. Sweet. I'm gonna switch.
Already.
I'm gonna switch from the speakers room back to my screen again because I feel like we'll get the best experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
be the
definitely
cameraman.
do that. I'm going to turn off my perspective.
Wait. Yeah.
Really quick. That way I don't lag.
Yeah, bro. All right, I'm gonna switch now. All right, guys. Well, that's the wrong one. Whoops. Okay, no, it's okay. I didn't make a boo-boo. We are
Cool.
okay.
World had the stage? Is it in here or no?
Okay, well, I'm listening to the world. I can't hear
I
us
gotcha.
at the moment. Still, I'm queuing. Okay. Dude, anybody can get in the world, man. It doesn't matter. You not shoot people in the world, dude. It'll make you have to bust out my glizzies, dude. Glizzies will make you respawn, bro.
My bad. I know you're moving slow now. So slow it down, Ty.
I'm stuck.
Dude, no guns, man. Hey, this is a family friendly show, okay? No guns, dude.
You should have a. You should have a. You should have a metal detector at the door. And like a bouncer that pats you down when you come in. I put it down. If anybody wants it, here it is. But otherwise, I'll despawn it. It's just a fun.
Yes, we shall. Yes, because yeah, of course, because it's actually working now. The audio is working. I can't believe you didn't switch over the inputs, Bogey. What are you thinking? What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? What are you doing, Bogey? What are you doing? What are you? It's okay. It's okay, man. It's okay. I'm just busting your nuts, dude. Dude, it's all right, man. It really is, wholeheartedly, because I love you. It's crypto, man. Crypto's a meme. No matter what anybody likes to say about it, it is most definitely a meme. All right, so dude.
I think that's still one of my favorites.
Yeah, we are. We're gonna go over the tooling once again. Okay, so this right here is the best dev keyboard in all of Neos. Right here, this thing right here is the best dev keyboard. So you can pretty much change the font size. You can change the bold, italicize, underline, and of course you can even print screen things. You can copy and paste easily with press a button. And then there's a little bit of extras over here. You can with that you can make a string. You can automatically code a boolean. You can add date and time. Just user routines. It's like what? Oh my goodness. Yes, sir. It's literally goated, bro. It's goated. Absolutely goated. This right here is the to-do panel for building projects inside of Neos. Right here. This. So like if you have a DAO, you want to build something and do a hackathon in here, this is how you manage all your tasks, right? Like I'm gonna just delete this, confirm, delete, and make a new one, and confirm, delete, and make a new one, and confirm, delete. Keep making, just keep making new tasks.
We can do that.
Task list. Everybody gets a new task list. So yeah.
You get a job, and you get a job, and you get a job.
And you get a job. Everybody gets a job.
And you get unliquidized tokens.
Okay, so also this right here is practically like a dev tooltip, but it's the best dev tooltip. We're on version 4. It's NTC dev tooltip, which has like a dark mode and Logic's capabilities all in the box. Instead of having this between 1 and 2 between Logic's and the dev tooltip, you could just use this. It's really handy, pretty neat.
I know that's the best one. So is NTC
that's the best gun?
So is NTC the group that made this, or is that a particular? Yeah, gotcha.
Well, yeah, it is the group. Yep. Or team. Team core. It's NTC.
But then again, Neo's team core is proper as well.
Well, I mean, it's just an acronym, right? I mean, So this right here is, of course, Rick James. He's not Poe, he's Rick James. He gives you name. He pretty much changed his name with this name badge editor. You just spawn in. You like. Oh, and of course,
I got a new keyboard, so can't type on it.
And now he's pretty much changed the color of his name tag. And done a nice color, man. I like that color. It's pretty neat.
What color was it?
I made it a little emissive.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need that gun. Thank you.
I mean, since we have a dancing stormtrooper in the world, let's go ahead and.
So good.
I'm gonna spawn in a breakdancing ape. Yes, it is. Absolutely, it is. This is. Shout out to Alexander Mad-Eye. Absolutely goated. So yeah. Well, this world is chopping it up for me. I'm not sure what this is. I didn't spawn this in, but it's not really a tool. Just a block, monster block. I'm gonna keep on spawning in tools, and feel free to drop by and pick up some of these tools. You know, seriously, it's just like tons of tools, man. Like all the logics. There's a party favor folder over here. Here is where you can pretty much find trippy flow toys and trippy like mushrooms and candy canes and stuff. It's pretty neat.
So you just saved the whole folder, huh? That's cool.
Yeah. Just come in and grab it.
So from your inventory, you can pull down a folder, or how do you do that?
Yes, you can. All right,
so you just click on it, drag and drag, or?
Well, so right next to the little cloud thing, once you're in your inventory, there's going to be a little like envelope. You click on the envelope once you have the envelope selected that you want to spawn in, and then voila, you're spawning in.
Okay, so you click the folder first, and then you click the envelope.
Yeah, exactly. Like so. Gotcha. Here are the Neos essentials. You can just come in here and grab them.
Gotcha.
And you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and also throw in the Patreon swag for anybody that's not a patron but wants the swag.
Oh damn, he's over here pirating.
Please don't hate me. Please don't hate me.
Come grab it before you're not a patron anymore.
Yeah, you can absolutely. In fact, you can pretty much design a product in here. There's so many tools that are like pretty much made by like Japanese engineers, where they've like created cog generators and pylon generators, and you know like literally this is the engineering tool for taking digital assets and building real world stuff in reality. Like it's pretty neat. But one of my favorite Japanese tools has to be this featured yesterday. Of course, it is a blockchain. It is a fully working blockchain, and this right here. Like, you can just pretty much dig in deep into the logics of it. What I'm gonna do really quick. Okay.
Wait, are we mining now? Let's go.
Yeah, and I'd like to say something about those shared folders.
Yeah.
When you share a folder with someone,
hey, Bo, you got the folder?
When you share a folder with someone, when I update that folder, it will be updated for you too. So if I change anything, add anything to it, your folder automatically gets updated. So it helps with like, if you want to share assets with someone, but have it update regularly, those folders will do that for you.
So then when sharing folders, you should probably share a folder that you don't care about being deleted or messed with.
They don't have the power over your own folder. Like what you put into that folder will stay, but they don't have control over it. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I dropped a couple of those gear generators in here. Whoa, what did someone just do to me?
Yeah, no, something like I have this weird stick in my hand. I didn't know what it was. Did somebody put that in my hand?
Somebody did that to me too. Now these are gear generators here.
What's that? Oh, the cogs over there?
Cogs and gear generators. So you can change the tooth, the depth, the sizing, the rotation, all this stuff, and then generate a gear.
Wow, nice. Oh, and generate a GIF?
A gear. No, an actual gear.
I was like, GIF? Wow, that's amazing.
See? Bam. Gear.
Yeah, that's sweet.
Right?
And you can change all the parameters.
What's that?
What is his name?
Somebody typed it in for me.
Don't listen to that guy, dude. That's an imposter right there.
Fans. Do like a co with 2 H's. Oh yeah. Followed by like crypto influencers. So it's like a slight variation of their name.
Can the real co please stand up?
Nice.
Please stand up. Please stand up.
Wait, so is this how you mine properly?
Yeah. This is how you mine. Yeah, this is how you.
I just click buttons.
You can just run straight back and forth with it.
What is that, the 4080 Ti?
There you go.
That is the 4080 Ti. Absolutely.
That's the $1 million ampere rig. That's the $1 million ampere. Have y'all been to the world where they're doing sword smithing? Are they doing blacksmithing? And they've got like a handle you can pull down and it activates the fan for the fire, and then you take the sword over and you bang on it. It's pretty great.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah.
I can't believe that's a thing. Yo, so yeah, I got the logics up over here for the blockchain. I'm gonna try to extract this logics out real quick.
Gosh, Musashi. Just gonna stroke it.
Just gonna stroke it just right.
Yeah, bro, they're lagging the world. There's so many of them in this world, dude.
Wait. We gotta put the. Wait, how do I grab them? I'm trying to put him in the middle of the stormtroopers, so the stormtroopers are like around him as he's doing a b-boy dance. Should you get rid of all my stormtroopers? It worked hard.
He said it was laggy.
Oh, it was, yeah, I bet.
My days.
But does your board ape do this though?
What kind of gun is this?
I don't think majority of them don't, dude.
Because that ape's not bored right now. He's tired.
Yeah, he's pretty much tired, bro. Yeah,
he's straight amped. He's bolted.
This gun doesn't do anything?
Yes, sir.
He got bolted, bro.
Oh, this is only a piece of a gun. Where's the other part of this gun?
So, that's...
What gun is this?
was missing a slide. But
Would you say it's missing a slide?
yeah,
Yeah, it's missing the whole receiver.
that's not a workable gun.
Sorry, not receiver, but
No.
this is a family-friendly gun. Bring your own slide.
Whoops.
Yeah, they're just creating. It's not even work.
Yep.
It. No. I was just. But yeah, we're just gonna be administrators manipulating the work in the future. So, and like what we're doing right now, like everything's already worked. We could have AI generated most of this stuff with a few parameters, a lot of parameters. But right now, we're just creating what has been generated, and it's beautiful. That's what I love about Neos too. When I come into Neos, and when a lot of people say the difference between VR chat and Neos is VR chat, it's a ton of kids. Neos, you actually have to do logic and you have to develop, and there's so many vast features of Neos. It's crazy. So
Yeah, it's
I'm glad I
completely
finally
open.
got into it, especially with 3D or with VR.
Yeah, dude, it's something else, man. This IDE, man. It's not just come on, let's go hang out and be Ugandan knuckles. Do you know the way? Do you know the way? Do you know the way? I did. Yeah. So
I don't know the way now. No idea. That way? Which way? Put that shit on layaway way.
Oh my
Some
goodness.
type of way.
Yeah, right. Oh.
He's like, I'm out.
Yeah.
150 Musashi appeared.
I'm gonna just take this and I'm gonna grab it and I'm gonna walk around and just show people what's going on upstairs with this world, Yeah, I'm gonna go take them in the elevator, What up? Hey everybody. It's your boy 150, and we're gonna go ahead and call this elevator with that button. Up, no. Like that. Go ahead and it just opens up. Nice little gated animation. And I'm gonna hit the 2 button, and we're going on up. We finally got a piece of the pie. Dude. That's me grabbing the camera and walking with it upstairs.
Just walking around with your hands.
It's just so ridiculous. So yeah, this right here is technically the stage area. This is where the DJ booth is. Right, it's pretty neat, but it's also just a stage for anybody that wants to be a speaker or presenter. And we can put a video behind them and whatnot. Why clip it, Co? Man, you're breaking the immersion. but this over here is a hookah bar. Just be like. Just smoke a little digital hookah. And of course, it's not going to intoxicate your real lungs, only your avatar's lungs. And a nice little euphoric meditative feeling if you really practice your breathing technique while you do it. Oh my goodness, what just happened? Anyway, yeah, now I'm tripping out apparently because somebody shot me with something. Oh yeah. Oh, of course, yeah. He's controlling the panel. Yeah. So this is I just took it from. So this right here is the panel. Look at me taking
I was DJing over there.
Yeah, I know, dude. But not anymore. But not anymore.
Not
Right?
my world, bros.
So, oh my goodness. Yeah, dude, that's really heavy. That's really disorienting. All right. I mean, technically, right? I mean, hey, it's possible. Anything is possible, really, if you think about it. So, yeah, I think
This is awesome.
Something I gotta work on. I'm gonna hack that. Hyperion. Definitely build something along the line of that. So I've got like 5 different skyboxes attached to this currently. And as I'm expanding out the world, I plan on like building out more skyboxes. But
this is so awesome.
Right? Yeah, pretty neat. Yeah, so this right here, I'm going to go ahead and zoom out and scale out. Take these cats for an adventure. So they see exactly what this looks like outside of the little warp hole tunnel thing, giant donut. It's like, okay, so everybody knows that Bitcoin technically looks like, a giant donut on the internet. It's just one big loop, And yeah, that's exactly what this is. It's just one giant loop. It's pretty neat. Of course, it's a metaverse, so we're in the stars. Smile for the camera, Musashi. So yeah, now let's go back into the EVM. We're going back. Yeah, this is my favorite skybox. Pretty neat. Turn off no clip. Walk. All right. Whoa.
What just happened? Everyone's frozen. Or maybe it's me. Oh snap. Huh. Oh, okay. Right. So it looks like, I don't know if anyone can hear me. Mic check 1 2. It looks like we got booted out the world. I mean, it happens, sometimes when a lot of things happen all at once, like people spawning things, deleting things, all kinds of stuff. Like that happens. So I'm gonna see if I can get back. So let's just try and do that. Oh look, I got my tools back. Nice. So menu. Okay. Just join. Yeah. It's probably those dancing stormtroopers. Just trying to connect back to it now. Okay. Okay, so for some reason I'm not being let in to bolt. Not sure why. So what I'm gonna do, we're just gonna go on a short break to figure out what's really going on, and hopefully we can come back and yeah, hopefully, yeah. So stay right there. Don't move a muscle, okay? Because I'll be really sad. I don't want to be. I'm joking. Okay, one sec. All right, sorry about that, folks. Literally, like the what was it again? The Lumen.
The Illuminati hacked America. Okay, the Illuminati hacked America. Right, I'm telling you. Anyway, that's.
But also, like, I want to apologize. I was saying some super profound stuff just now, and I realized my mic was off. When I was like talking like this or like blah, 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 I was basically saying that like I was reinforcing the fact that what I was showing, the world was being populated at an exponential rate due to the free flowingness of creativity within this space. Like because we have the ability to just pull things out of thin air and do it seamlessly, like yeah, like yeah, that kind of reinforces my point that I was trying to make earlier about thinking creatively is the future way we work kind of vibe. And ramble done. Thanks for the coffee, I'm thirsty.
Yeah, you're welcome, bro.
Maybe
Hey, yeah, I mean, yeah, you go ahead. You can have some, bro. You can have some coffee. Why not? Yeah, go for it. Who doesn't like a good Starbucks, right? Like, you turn it to tiny coffee.
I got it equipped. There we go.
Yeah, man.
Did you drink all the coffee?
Yeah. I did want
I think I did.
Something about the whole creativity piece. Like how quickly like things can kind of just develop out here in the space. Is me and Boogie were having a chat one day about recreating a bit of this world, so that it can be seen.
Right?
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and
this one right here.
Oh yeah, beautiful. Yes. Yeah. I cannot wait to get started on that.
Right, for sure. And even if you could bring in like the MetaFest, the demo space or the advert space, and I think you had like ginormous like billboards. I would love to throw one of those up on the billboard.
Definitely. Of course.
And then
the
galleries
can.
can.
The camera, man.
Alright, bro. Here, you can have the camera back if you want it. Just go ahead and take it.
Thank you. Yeah. What were you saying, Aperion? You were saying something profound.
Yeah, I was just speaking to the fact that like you could bring these NFT imagery and then just draw it into these actual spaces, or you could create a gallery in this space very, very quickly. Even off the most basic world, I actually have a rotation of all of these Midnight Breeze images just surrounding me as I, spawn into the world.
Definitely. I really do look forward to like essentially recreating it, or like remixing like someone's artwork, I guess. Like I mean, I don't know. That's the only way.
Well, it's interesting because like if it's an NFT and you own the image, right? Like you're just creating a bit of a derivative off of your own ownership. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you keep running away from the camera, man.
My apologies. I'm just looking at the images.
What's everyone up to? Let's Oh, I just took a picture. Say cheese.
Yeah, cheese. So I just equipped Rusty, which is a really neat avatar system. I love this avatar.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Hey, buddy.
So this avatar here is something unique, man. It has its own little like radio menu, right?
Whoa.
Where I have drone power now. I can just pretty much like decide, hey, to toggle things on and off, or even turn off my UI and make it globally visible to everybody else. Now you can see my UI, right?
Oh wow.
I guess, yeah, there's a way for people to just like come in here and create amazing avatars that could serve as multifunctional wallets, or maybe even extensions onto other people's avatars, which is really neat.
Tool belt?
Huh?
Your own tool belt, like I have on my arm?
Yeah, I have. It's pretty neat. This one, technically, every single avatar has a tool wrist, right? But the tool belt is like an extension for your avatar to have like more tools elsewhere other than on your wrist.
Yeah,
It's pretty neat.
I made my own wrist thing before I knew that there were wrist things.
Neat.
But I plan on animating mine so it spins in a circle slowly as well.
Ooh, nice. That'd be sweet.
Yeah, right now I'm not in VR, so I can't show it off. But like when I bend my wrist, it like pops out.
Oh, we can bring the camera to your wrist, bro. Can make.
Yeah, but I can't make the action because I'm not in VR.
Oh yeah.
All good though.
The limitations of the second dimension.
Yeah, there are some.
That's the only downfall to Neos is if you're like, not in the headset, like kind of limited to what you can truly do with your avatars. Rather than if you were inside the headset, you would have access to like customizing the radio menu and accessing more functionality, which is really neat.
Yeah.
Who's over there?
That's Superion. Oh wait, someone.
No, it's Lamower. He's on TV mode. He can't click the menu standing through the door. He has to be able to hit the checkbox. He's probably doing it on a trackpad.
Oh, there we go.
Hey, come on.
he's still trying. He's still trying.
It.
It's like he's in jail. It's like he's locked up. Yeah.
We'll just hang out in here with you. How about that?
Yeah, let's go in there and join him in the cell.
It doesn't let me.
Hey.
It doesn't let me click on the. Doesn't let me click on this thing.
Yeah, it will. You just got to keep trying, man. Everybody else did it.
I mean, I've been trying for quite a while now. It's not like clicking on the door is going to change.
You can just no clip past it if you want.
Middle mouse button. Yeah.
Like, how do I no clip?
Middle mouse button. You go hit middle mouse button first, and then the green thing, and then make it red.
Is that a pogo
There you
stick?
go.
Yeah.
I'll try it out.
I think I have to be on VR for that one.
You probably do.
Oh, it works.
Oh, that's so cool. An actual pogo stick.
Yeah, dude.
Wow.
Geargale's Toy Shop is the best folder to play in.
I don't think I have that folder, bro.
Yeah, you do. It's a part of Neos Essentials.
Oh,
Everybody's
sweet.
got it.
Okay, sick. Good to know.
If you go to Neos Essentials, the starter pack, community folders, then you'll get Gearbell's Toy Shop will be under there. They have some of the coolest stuff.
Whoa, I've never seen this folder before. What?
It's the best folder in all of Neos.
Holy moly, Neo Tokyo. Bruh.
Yeah, that's where I get all my toys.
Oh my gosh.
You want to drink?
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
man,
feeling
thanks.
quite parched. Thank you. The Force.
Oh man,
I'm using the
I can't
Force.
pop it open.
But yeah, I mean, I can pop it open for you if you want me to.
You're a robot. You're kind of made for that anyway. Thanks, bro.
Oh, what?
Pouring one out for the homies.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy. What's up, beautiful people?
Welcome back.
Drinking.
Welcome back home.
150.
I'm not sure if I'm in the right mode. Let me restart the app real quick and just see if I'm in the correct mode.
Okay.
What is Landmore accessing on?
Oh no, man.
I don't know, but you're naked, Co.
Oh man, I got some goggles now. Dude.
Oh, you
Yeah,
can
but don't
smash
get.
them? Oh,
Yeah.
that's
You just throw it down really hard. Yeah, it's really neat.
That's part right there.
How did I put
Give
my
me
headset
another
on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want any of these beers, do you?
Nothing like a whole bunch of DJs in the metaverse smashing bottles. How do you pull one
Drinks
out?
off me. Oh man. Oh
Where'd
no,
you get
too
this?
drunk.
How do you pull just one out?
Oh god.
Oh
God.
You gotta use the Force.
too
Use the
drunk.
force.
Help. Okay, so when you get too drunk, you just pull off this thing, and it's a sober pack.
What? Yeah, sober
Yeah.
patch.
Yeah, it's a sober
That's
pack.
on this side. It's on this side.
Like, so you just grab at it. Just...
Oh, sweet. Anybody? Are you too drunk? Oh,
what just
Coke got
happened?
so drunk.
Dude, something odd keeps
Everybody,
happening.
he's in a stupor. He drunk himself into a stupor.
Yeah, that's that tool.
I think Code drunk himself into a stupor, bro.
Yeah, he most definitely did. Here's DJ Dex. If anyone wants to DJ, to track your DJ controller, but yeah.
Ian.
Yo, show him the
Here's your
synth one,
stuff.
Viddy.
Huh?
Show him the
Show him the what?
The remember that synth you showed me that one
Oh
time?
yeah. Dude, that thing's really heavy to spawn in, man.
Oh yeah,
It's probably gonna break...
maybe not then.
Yeah.
Another time. The logics.
This thing right here. Yeah, the logics to that is extensive. This thing doesn't actually have any logics on it. So, but like, bro, if I wanted to, yeah. But... the Root Sandstorm and Megalovania are the tracks on it. Epic meme, dude. Oh man. Oh, yeah, that's the tool right there. That's...
Oh, you're back, landmower. Welcome.
Hey, you made it through yourself. Oh, poof.
And he's gone.
And he's gone.
No, he's still here. He's behind you.
Mm-hmm.
He's naked. We need to get your avatar on, bro. Oh, it's raining glitter now. Nice.
Yeah, I'm about to make it confetti.
Hey.
So yeah.
Neos, man. Unlimited potentiality within reason.
We could
resource.
We could potentially show off the the pre-made metagame world and all the teleporters.
Oh yeah, that's
the
great.
teleporters work really well in that world.
And that world is super optimized as well. Not that saying that this one isn't.
Sure.
But like that one's like low poly, like heaven.
Okay. Sure. Let's go. I'm fine with that.
Oh, roll in an invite. 1 second.
So can you fly as that robot avatar? Can you? I mean, I know you can fly, but like.
Yeah, technically, I can make other people fly. I can give people thrusters.
What?
Yeah, take over their avatar and give them thrusters and stuff.
No way.
But anyway, I'm going to the metagame base real quick.
Sweet, I'll see you there. I'll send you an invite,
Okay.
Lambo. Right, folks, we are just teleporting to another world made by Musashi, Aperion, Misanth, and a little bit by myself, but only a little bit, like a small, tiny, like micro piece. But yeah, let's teleport there now. I'm gonna invite you first, Lambo. 1 sec, bro. So you can get there. Oh, also, if you yeah, let me invite you first. Right world. Maybe Musashi's not there yet. Wait, maybe I need an invite. Game base. Is this today? This is today. But I'm gonna join it and then just join on me because I'm go to contacts and then join on me. Lambo.
Second load time, 15-second load time, maybe.
Well, it's got like 800 items in the world, so it is somewhat heavy.
I'm naked again, bro. What is going on, bro? My clothes! Ah! Oh, the pink heart's not turned on. Interesting.
It might not be as optimized as it was once before. I think it might be these crystal things in the background. I'm not 100% sure what it is.
Yeah, maybe after like you get to a certain point, things get a bit like, whoa, Nelly. All right, folks, here we are in the world. Do you want to do the intro? I'll cameraman, and you can do the chit chat. You could, because you, I don't know, I feel like you're more qualified at explaining this world. In
Essentially, essentially what this was is like a copy of our Discord. So if you look around the area, you'll see like Tweet Arena, you'll see video content, bots, event planning. All these things actually are real Discord channels that we have in our community. What I did is I just made this as a physical representation of all those spaces. One of the most interesting ones, though, is if you look, one of them says Memecraft on it, and there's actually a door around here that says Memecraft on it, and if we jump through that door, we'll actually land on that platform. Oh, here it is. It says, come check out the Memecraft circle. You just kind of
you just kind of do you want to jump through? I'm gonna jump through. But I'm gonna do this hands-free. Let's go. Where is it? There it is.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So the idea is that we are in a private world, but well, where'd it go?
Oh, you gotta jump through that portal, bro. Can we jump back?
Jumped on a trampoline instead.
Oh snap!
I see him. I see him flying. There he goes.
Is it the pizza portal, or is this the way back?
Yeah, that's the pizza portal. Yeah, the pizza portal takes you to.
Ah.
Here's the secret pizza party.
Oh snap! I'm leaking alpha. Oh my gosh!
So if you just jump onto this though, this little platform, this will bring you back to the base.
All right, sweet. Let me get some footage of that. This is great. I love this. This is thinking. I'll take a picture. This is. So I'm gonna jump on this. After I. Oh my gosh, no. Cool. Sweet, you can hold the camera and teleport. That's dope. Nice.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I wasn't sure. But yeah, so the Memecraft circle, the nice thing is about this space is that I've actually kind of like locked away some of the assets. So when you land into the Memecraft circle, you saw there was lots of imagery up there. So you can just like drag and drop and pull it and make your own little memes up there on that space. But it's also not seeable from down here. And I did that to keep the load space low, or lower at least.
That's what's up, man. But like, I feel this world was like the genesis for a lot of us. Or like more like digital. Making things.
Yeah, it was the
the
blueprint world.
Where it all began. The first block in the chain of learning new technologies and being more fluid.
Right.
Being like.
Yeah.
Being fluid with your limbs, not just looking like Rayman. You know what I mean?
Rayman.
I'm gonna see if I'm gonna invite Lamo here. Invite. Oh, it's not letting me click on. It's not letting me invite him here.
Do I have Landmower as a friend? I did not. That's unfortunate. Oh, the potato from
Portal.
Yeah, Portal.
Yes.
Yeah, I was like, my brain. Come on, I know this. Remember kicking this thing around.
The potato bomb.
That extra half-volt helps, but it isn't going to power miracles. If I think too hard, I'm going to fry this potato before we get a chance to burn up in the atomic fireball that little idiot is going. Did you feel that? That idiot doesn't know what he's doing up there. This
this whole place is going to explode in a few hours if somebody doesn't disconnect him. I can't move. And unless you're planning to saw your own head off and wedge it into my old body, you're going to need me to replace him. We're at an impasse, so what do you say? You carry me up to him and put me back into my body, and I stop us from blowing up and let you go. No tricks. This potato only generates 1.1 volts of electricity. I literally do not have the energy to lie to you. Even if I am lying, what do you have to lose? You're going to die either way. Look, I don't like this any more than you do. In fact, I like it less because I'm the one who got partially eaten by a bird. I think I use a bird. Pick me up. Listen to me.
Right, and like somebody made that. Somebody's made this object to put into the world.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what my favorite, like, quirky object is? That VR headset with the Zuck stuff.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, that's
so weird.
That's one of my favorite, man. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that one's pretty cool. I'd say one of my favorite is the Doom helmet.
Oh yeah.
this thing is epic, man.
Oh, you could put the camera inside of the Doom helmet too. That's funny.
I could. Yes.
Oh, it's set to smooth POV, so we should be seeing the visual.
Oh, there you go.
Oh my gosh.
So, if you guys want to like walk through this down discourse hub with me,
Sure thing. Let me just grab the camera. Right, we're good. That was so cool, man.
and then we're just gonna walk right through.
All right, after you, Musashi, you coming? Okay.
There we go. And yeah, essentially the main hub over there has teleporters to everything that you see in the world, so you can reach it pretty quickly. I also have a tool case over there that includes objects like the one I'm holding, which is a a grapple gun. Like boost up into the air if you grab something and click it. And there we go. But yeah, there's this is the teleporter that gets you back to the base. But then this is an elevator that kind of gives you a wide open view of everything that's going on. And then if we step onto this one.
Hey,
there we go. And not only did it teleport us to it, but it's teleporting it to us while we're moving or while it's moving. So even if 150 comes in onto the teleporter, he should land right here with us. And yeah, this gives you a great big overview of what the world kind of looks like. But every single one of these spaces has things inside of it. So making merch, CV tentacles. It's a small bit of information, maybe a little bit of text. But it doesn't show up in this main view until you're like literally right on top of the box. So if we pass through the meme craft thing, it would populate for just a moment, but it would instantly depopulate as soon as we walk away from it. See, there it is. And we could even probably jump onto it from here, like as it goes by.
I made it! I made it! I got skills. I got mad hops in the metaverse. I can't believe I made that jump. That was ridiculous. Like, narrowly made that jump. I'm gonna just hold up. There's one video.
Did you make it?
I did make it. I'm here.
Oh snap! He did make it.
Dude, I can't believe I made that. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was a good jump. But yeah, so this is like, you can't see all of this. This is quite a lot that this one populates with. But yeah, essentially the point of this one was so that you could just grab whatever you want, drag it up into your face, adjust it, make it bigger, make it smaller. You take another object and like clone it. Let's see, we're gonna duplicate it and then grab it again, hopefully. Yep. And then, we can shrink it down, even it out, slap this guy on here. And then, well, I'm not in 3D, so it looks a little weird, but yeah, so it's like a meme creation space. You can kind of like slap things together as quick as you want to. And with the way that all of the logics and everything works, it's like you can actually link them together so they move as one piece. I think there's one right here that's built that way. So this one's already made up to move together, and it's also like changes sizes together. It's a sticker. Didn't realize there was all this detail really close up on that thing, but yeah.
Like we're standing inside a folder full of images right now. It's just yeah.
Precisely.
And it's moving as well. Like it's slowly moving. I just realized we're moving. Oh, what's going on up there? What the heck? What's 150
I think
up to?
that's 150 flying around.
Flying around, bro.
Dude.
Zipping and zooming.
I feel like I could do like the little like Sonic the Hedgehog, little bend over and extend your arms out. And not look retarded. I mean, not look stupid. Whatever. Family friendly show, kid show. Oh my days, dude.
You're like so far away though, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, I know, right? Dude, this thing is ridiculous. So, Eprion put this little purple stone. It's like a magic stone.
Oh yeah, that's another one of the movement objects.
It's like a jetpack.
Yeah. There's 3 objects specifically in this world for movement. There's a little purple stone that allows you to fly. There's the grip grappling gun, which is on the platform with us, and there's also a shotgun that, if you point at the ground, it makes you like zoom into the air pretty.
Oh, is that the pushing one? The pushing one.
Yeah, the push one. See if I can go snag that, and I'll come back real quick. See, there's even a teleporter over here to go back to the base from this one. So I'm gonna teleport to base, grab that gun.
That base now? See if I can find him.
Yours has the different.
Look at him go.
Oh, too far. And I'm back.
Hey,
it even despawns you guys, actually, when I'm not on the object.
Really?
It despawns y'all as well.
What?
Yeah, I can't see you. You like how I changed the sound that one makes?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not quite as aggressive as the actual shotgun sound. So yeah, the grip grappler is also like, do you see all the great big squares in the sky? Like those were meant specifically for the grip grappler.
Nice. Oh yeah. I remember the Spider-Man. Yeah.
It's essentially a Spider-Man situation for sure. And the funny thing is like, if you were like to make a DAO based on a metaverse, like you could have all of this be kind of interestingly branded in some way. Like, in metagame, it's not a grip grappler. It's like some kind of like tentacle. Like, it shoots a tentacle out and it grabs it and it pulls you along. Yeah, see? If it was a pizza-themed world, like good old Rare Pizzas over here, it could just be like stretchy cheese.
Yeah, mozzarella. If you throw it.
It's got instead of a suction cup, it's got a pepperoni.
Oh, there we go. That's using your noggin, man. That's thinking creatively, bro. That's what I'm talking about.
There you go.
Yeah, man. I'm just gonna do a quick like back break the fourth wall stage type of. I'm just gonna check Discord and stuff, see if everyone's okay and
sure
they can hear
for
us
sure.
and all that goodness.
Right on. Drag and drop board for memes. Oh, is it following me?
Yeah, I've
Hello,
got it
friends.
following you now. Yeah.
Right on. All right. All right. So yeah, we're in the meme crafting space. And this was essentially a folder that I have on my computer where I pulled all this imagery from. It's a very simple process. You won't be able to see my specific user interface, but let's pull up something simple.
We're just shy of 25 minutes till the next panel. Just giving a little time update.
Okay.
Yeah. I think Musashi might
Right
say
on.
the same thing when he's back. I think he just went to okay for a sec. But yeah, we are Gucci, man. Everything's blessed. I'm really grateful to everyone watching right now. Thank you everyone in main stage watching and supporting us and carrying us going. Like, you guys rock. I'm really excited to hear from Terry in a little while. But yeah, enough about no more spoilers. Like keep dropping the alpha, man.
We're doing the coolest stuff on the crispy edge of Web3, that's for sure.
Definitely. Oh, I felt a lot of those pics were from the studio, right? I believe they look
Yeah.
awfully familiar.
Yeah, those are all
Nice.
images from the studio, definitely.
That's what's up. Oh man, I love that. That's what's up, man. Is 150 still here? Let me go see if I can find him. Sure.
Yeah, I think you can even check your options, and let's
yeah.
go to session. Users.
Should be able
Yeah,
to jump.
Yeah, you can jump to him. He might be flying though, so be careful. You might be falling as soon as you go.
I'm gonna chill here. It's nice and warm here.
It's nice and warm. It's cozy, for sure. Yeah, I showed importing some images. I can't show my UI, or I don't know how to show my UI, but I mean, it is very simple.
Let me check. I think it might be in the camera streaming settings. I'm not too sure. Like if you hit the cog, yeah. So camera streaming settings, and you hit the cog in the viewport, and there's a render private UI. Now people should be able to see this, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, they can see my window.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Third person. So I guess this is what it looks like for me right now.
Currently you're being mirrored on my. Well, that's what your camera's showing. Yeah, you got two cameras forward, you know. Let me
Oh, snap.
Yeah. Let me take
Okay.
my camera off you. There we go. Cool.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
So you can show the UI on yours then.
Oh
Let's
yeah.
just do that.
Yeah. I can show the UI. I'll do that. That's a great idea. So what are we doing? Importing an image. Okay, sweet. So smooth POV. I'm gonna bring up the main menu. This is what the main menu looks like, everybody. And so I talked a little bit earlier, but you probably couldn't hear me when one video was talking about the keyboard, which I'll pull up in a sec. There's a special Alt Tab button that's probably my favorite, and essentially when you're in Neos, you could actually view your desktop. Obviously, it's doing this right now, but if I had, my browser or something open, I could quickly just go to this desktop tab, and view my desktop and move my mouse. And there's even some options. I can open the keyboard, which is right here, and if I hit Alt Tab, hopefully, no, it's not going to work. I haven't mastered that Alt Tab button yet, but I think you have to have like something there. I clearly don't. I'm just I'm sharing my screen, but. Let's go back to the task, which is importing an image. Right, so next to the desktop button, there is a file browser, and here we go. It's literally my computer, and you can import pictures, all sorts of good stuff. So I'm just gonna go to one of my various drives, to this folder where I create things, my pics folder, and I'm gonna import something no one's probably seen before. And that's Shwepe, if I can find Shwepe. I probably won't be able to find Shwepe. That's alright. I'm gonna import, maybe this. So okay, so I've clicked on an image, that's a PNG image, Alex Christ.
And I can see this now, by the way, Bogey.
Sweet.
Now that object is actually seeable by other people.
Lovely. So yeah, so when you click on an image, you get a wide variety of options. You can even import your image as a skybox, put it in the sky if you want. Literally, the sky's the limit. Literally, pun intended. But, but I'm gonna choose for this example. I'm gonna choose a stereo 360 photo, and I made it 180. I missed an option there, and I think it's imported. Yeah, it has imported now. So you may not be able to see it quite clear, but there's an object in front of me I'm holding, and if I go
Oh, wow.
inside it, no, I think I've imported that wrong. Oh no, I'm moving things now. Let me just undo. Cool. Let me try that again. Trial and error, everybody. So Alex Christ, I'm gonna choose 360, side by side top. Oh, that's why it didn't work. So I can't import a 2D image as a 360, but you can take yeah, I'll talk about that in a sec. So I'm just gonna do this, and there we go. There's my picture. That's one of my dear friends on Discord pretending to, you know, be crucified because he's a silly guy, and yeah. So that's a, you know, and I'll import another one. Let's have a look at, I don't know, let's look at this folder for when I visited Cambodia. Let's have, actually maybe not, because there might be some pictures of some people. Oh no, this is perfect. This is perfect. I'm going to import this. Yes, yes, yes. This is the vibe. I'm going to play this. I don't know if you can hear it. I don't know. Probably my settings. Yeah.
No breaks, no nothing.
Yeah, we gotta rewind that. You guys don't see this.
You want to go on the Rasta man, I ride the one wheel wheelie. Go on the Rasta. Go on the Rasta. Take it to them. No breaks, no nothing. Highly blessed.
Oh snap.
Watch it. Rap. Show that. Spit. Highly blessed. Give thanks. Every time. Bless up.
That video cracks me up every time, man. I love that video. But yeah. 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 I lost my train of thought a little bit just there. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just gonna take it all in for a sec. You know, it's day 3 of MetaFest2. And there's a couple more days to go, and yeah, I do apologize. My girlfriend's cooking dinner, and I can smell it, and I haven't eaten yet for the day, and I'm all like, I'm smelling it, and I'm in VR, so I don't know what's happening in the real world, and I'm like pacing now because I'm getting hungry, but it's cool, it's all good, I could wait, man, like no stress. So funny, man. Yeah, we out here. This is like, you know, one of the first worlds we've made as a group, and yeah, picture, why not? There it is. There's picture. Alrighty, I'm just gonna do a quick time check. Okay. But yeah, in like about almost 15 minutes, we're gonna have our next panel speaker. We'll be exiting Neos and VR, and we'll be back in meat space, as 150 likes to call it. We'll be back there, talking to our next panelist. I will tell you more about when it's closer to the time. I need to double check. I don't want to. I know his name's Terry. I'm super excited to meet you, Terry. But yeah.
Bless up. You want to go on the Rasta man, I ride the one wheel wheelie. Go on the Rasta. Take it to them.
You're watching it again. Is there anything else you want to say, April, before we say anything? No? Yeah? Maybe?
I was saying all kinds of things, but hey, so yeah, the last little bit was just welcome to the future of work, where you can kind of thematically design the space that you spend a bunch of time in. You can hang out with friends, you can build things with friends, you can eventually attach all of this to a blockchain and be paid for your digital work and your digital time. And yeah, let's build a regen future where we don't do as much walking or driving around and causing carbon problems. But yeah, let's do the future of work.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna head back through the pizza portal. That one there. I'm gonna run through it. Let's go. Whee! And we're in pizza. Oh, I thought this was the main entrance. I always do. But now we're in pizza. We're in pizza pie. Secret pizza pie. Secret alpha pizza. I just get a nice 360. This is so cool, man.
Oh, you gotta see me getting slapped by the pizza.
Oh yeah.
You gotta see it. The pizza shower. Bathe in the grease. But yeah, this is the return space right here.
Alrighty, let's go back to the return. Return of the bogey. Cool, we're back. I think, bro, I'm gonna just I think my dinner's ready, bro. I'm gonna just, if it's alright, we'll have a little break in between the next panel.
Yeah, sounds good to me, man. I should probably take a break too.
Yeah, bro. That's the thing about these things. Like you could literally stay in here for hours, but it's good to maintain healthy break times. Yeah.
And balance. Balance in all things.
Yep, balance and moderation and hydration. All right,
Touch grass.
Cool, bro. I'm gonna leave this world. Thank you so much for being awesome.
Of course. High five. Yeah.
Yep. Hi. Yeah. Oh wait, you're.
Cool. I'm in desktop mode.
Alrighty. I'll take it easy, man. I'll catch you in a hot minute.
Peace.
Peace. Okay, and we're back in the homeworld. My homeworld. Yeah. Thanks for watching this. I need to sort that out. I'm gonna just turn it off again. I need to do this before I do this thing. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Yeah, thanks for watching. We're gonna go on a quick break, and we'll be back with our next panelist, Terry from. Just find it. Terry from Blockchain Relics. Terry Kilby from Blockchain Relics. I'm super stoked. So stay on the line. Maybe get some drinks, a snack. It's gonna get interesting.
So we're back with the last talk for today. We have blockchain relics. That's gonna be very interesting. We have Terry, Kilby, and Andy, and we're gonna hear about democratizing access to world historical heritage and its preservation. So Terry, if you can start, the floor is yours.
Well, as a matter of fact,
Great.
I'm going to go ahead and introduce Terry first. if
Oh,
y'all
okay,
don't mind.
okay.
Just keep the flow of stuff and everything like that. Kind of bring some different things to his attention he might want to touch on. But to start it off, I got to meet Terry almost about a year ago. And we've had a very close relationship ever since. A lot of this places, as far as Discord or the Metaverse, you never get to meet somebody in person. And I finally, just a month ago at VCon, me and him finally got to meet up in person. So that's one of the really cool things about this space, is having such these close relationships. And then like a year or 2 years later, you finally get to meet in person. And I actually liked the guy when I met him in person. So that was cool too. So, but Terry, it's been a pleasure to get to know you. He's been grinding behind the scenes. He could have put out this project that he's been working on 6 months ago or more, but it wasn't good enough for him. He had to do more. He had to do more, and he had to make sure it was right. So I'm looking forward to seeing the website that he's built and sharing it with y'all. And without further ado, Terry, introduce yourself, man, and let them know a little bit about your background. Stage fright.
There you go.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate that, Andy. It's always nice to have somebody, that you get to, meet in. What's that? Yeah, it's always nice to meet up with somebody in real life after having spoke with them for quite some time, and yeah, the pleasure was all mine getting to meet up at VCon. I'm getting a real bad.
Yeah, turn off your
delay here.
Discord.
You guys
That's
getting that
what.
well?
No, turn off your Discord, man. Turn off your Discord. We're just gonna do it in here, and the people in Discord will have a little bit of a delay.
All right, well, here, let me get into it with that. So my name is Terry. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Yup. Yup. Sorry. 1 second.
Technology.
There we go. All right, you guys there?
Yeah.
Okay, you ready to rock and roll, man? Yeah, we hear you fine.
All right, cool. All right, let's do this then. So my name is Terry. I kind of coined the term 3D capture artist. I use several different processes to capture things around me in the real world in 3D. I specialize in drones, but I use a bunch of other different types of processes as well, like LiDAR, and I've even used structured light and things like that in the past. The nice thing about this is that you can capture the world in a completely unique way. When you think about 2D photographs or paintings or audio recordings or anything else like that, it is still very two-dimensional. This is, in my opinion, going to be one of the most valued types of documentation moving forward, as this technology is just now starting to become available to the public on kind of a wider scale. We're going to have our kids and our grandkids and future generations learning about things from where we look at ancient photographs and paintings. They're going to be looking at 3D scans and collections of sites that were captured in 3D. So that's kind of what gets me out of the bed in the morning. Prior to that, I've been doing this for about 10 years. Prior to that, I was a software developer. I got started very early on in web development and kind of the web 1.0 days, and moved on to doing a lot of work with audio. I actually worked for an ASCAP startup back in the early 2000s that developed the precursor of what is today Shazam. So we used to monitor audio airplay on radio stations and things like that. And then most recently, prior to leaving that engineering life that I had to go full time with the drones and the scanning, I worked for a Fortune 50 company doing work in the healthcare industry. I'm also working historic preservation, so a lot of my work with the drones brings me into historic sites, archaeologists, historic sites, different organizations, custodians of some of these artifacts, things like that, and we work together to 3D scan these things before anything happens to them in the real world, and for another layer of documentation. And finally, I've done a lot of work with STEM, kind of STEM education. I used to write for Make Media. It's Maker Magazine or Make Magazine and Maker Faire. They had the big Maker Fairs running for a long time. I was a big speaker on that circuit, and really kind of tried to push the same thing I'm going to talk about here to younger kids, to try to get them interested in how to preserve things with 3D scanning. So when we talk about 3D scanning, and first I should probably say this too, while I do have a project, and this is technically blockchain relics, really what I'm pitching here and want to present to everybody is an idea. And it's about how to change how we record history. It's not necessarily about me and what I'm doing. I'm trying to do this and present one example of how it could be done. But I would encourage others to try to look at this from a similar viewpoint and see how they might be able to improve upon the idea. And with 3D capture, drones are pretty easily obtainable these days. I mean, you can walk into a Best Buy and buy one now. I started in 2010, and you literally had to design and build them all your own from scratch. It was a completely different time back then. But today those are pretty easy. But it doesn't have to be with a drone. It can be with a phone. There's some examples I'll talk about in a little bit where that's really going to have a big impact moving forward. But I think this concept of capturing things in 3D so that we can have a different type of record moving forward that we're going to bring into these metaverse worlds and these augmented realities and all these other Web3 concepts that we're talking about. So here, this is an example. This is a project that I did in Richmond, Virginia during the Black Lives Matter protests that were taking place in Richmond throughout 2020 and 2021. This was the Robert E. Lee Monument, and it was, kind of the center of the protests, and it served as, kind of a makeshift headquarters for one of the longest running protests in U.S. history during that time frame. And as a result, it was covered in graffiti, layer upon layer upon layer. I went back and actually scanned it 4 times total. And this is one of the times it was captured. It's also what we used for the pilot project, but on blockchain relics. But I'll kind of get into that a little bit more. What I did here was I flew the drone around this and just repeatedly took, in a very sequential pattern, thousands or hundreds. In this one there was just about 1,200 overlapping photos in this sequential pattern that I kind of come up with, and you end up with something similar to this. The process is called photogrammetry. But essentially, you can use software now to reconstruct all these photos back into a model. And what you kind of end up with is this. I'll show you a live version of what one of the models looks like. This is in full 3D. This has been minimized down slightly to be presented on the web. The full resolution of this is hundreds of millions of polygons, where this has been minimized down to about 1 million. It's even less once we get into the metaverse, but I'll demonstrate that here in a little bit. And a couple of examples of how this technology is being used kind of in culture right now in out in the world is we're seeing LiDAR scans that are being used throughout South America and all over the world, really, to be able to scan below vegetation to find 3D representations of the terrain and find lost ruins, ancient cities, all kinds of different things. And most recently, the story that really kind of gets me the most is in the Ukraine. There was a very quick campaign pulled together, and there was a app developed that allowed residents of the Ukraine to go out with their phones, scan these cultural heritage sites, be it monuments, locations, entire sites, down to just small artifacts, and have them uploaded to the cloud so that is at least one record of it should anything happen to those particular sites. So as we're scanning some of these, some of the use cases we talk about, personally, I'm a huge fan of augmented reality, and I'm obviously a photographer. So one of the things I have done is come up with a AR app that allows you to take some photos of these assets that I've captured, as well as NFTs from a collection that I've created from some of these assets, and I'll get into that a little bit more later. But it allows you to just go in and take these assets around with you and photograph them out in the real world. And then obviously metaverse applications. I've built in a few different worlds so far. This is Somnium Space. I kind of started out in crypto voxels and moved over to Somnium Space. I've been working with spatial, and I've dabbled in Neos a little bit, and that's one that it's at the very top of my list to get back to try to start building out. But it's really about just bringing some of these sites. Like if you look around the back, that's all scans from Berlin. It's actually from the Berlin Wall. I went and captured a number of different sections of the Berlin Wall last fall. I was actually over there for an opening of, you see in the back there, it says Deep Fakes. That was an exhibit that I had. It was a collaboration with the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Lausanne. And we worked together to create an Unreal app that set out during an exhibition and allowed people to toggle through a couple different scans of this, hear audio from some of the protests that were taking place, which that was just an incredible element to add. You can hear rubber bullets firing and tear gas being thrown and people screaming, and it's moving to hear that. But this is one of the spaces that we built out. I also just recently did something in spatial, and like I said, Neos is something that's going to be coming around. Sorry, you guys might hear my cat coming in here in a second. Let's see here. Sorry about that. All right. So yeah, and then finally, we start thinking about like what this is, what this means, how does this impact us culturally, and really, I look at this as kind of democratizing the recordation of history. Once this technology becomes a little bit more widespread, and we're able to get this into more people's hands. This is something that anybody is going to be able to use to record their history. We're not going to be able to, we're no longer going to see the gatekeepers that say, hey, this is part of the history books, but this is not. We're going to be able to write this stuff straight to the blockchain, which is going to be our new version of the history books. And then even beyond that, it's really going to be a fundamental shift in how history is recorded, purely because of the fact that it is being done in 3D. We are going to be able to revisit some of these sites now, and we're going to be able to go there and form our own opinions about what was happening right then and there, rather than having somebody else dictate to us, this is what happened on this day, and you just have to take my word for it. So with that, that's kind of the overarching idea that I have here. Andy, do you have anything you want to chime in on? You're usually pretty good at moments like this.
No, man. I mean, I think, first of all, what you're saying, like I heard even with some of the conferences that have been happening recently. I mean, you look at, as far as, being at school from home and remote learning and everything like that. I do think that we're going to a place that being able to virtual reality see, like whether it's the pyramids and have a discussion on that, or this kind of things are going to become very relevant in our future. And I think you're already seeing that. And I think, as far as also tell them a little bit about the idea, as far as like with part of your project being about donations and charity, and what you're looking as far as with that charity.
Yeah, absolutely. So, one of the big things is that we want to attach a nonprofit to each one of these. For the first one, we've already linked up, because I'm so passionate about STEM and drones in particular, we've worked with a group called Global Air Drone Academy. They're a nonprofit based out of Baltimore, but they are global. They teach this type of information to kids all around the world. They work with, I believe it's the U.S. Embassy program, but don't quote me on that, but they get all through Africa, South America. I mean, they make it around. So they're going to actually be offering free classes for kids in the Richmond area, which is where this particular, monument came from. And we've got a couple of other donations we're going to be making based off of that as well. But, we talk about donations and things like that, but I haven't really talked about like what the project is yet. Like, sure, I went in and scanned this, and that was kind of one thing, but there's some restrictions with this. You know, a scan of something that physically this is 20 meters, 18 meters. It's like 60 feet, and that's in terms of a 3D scan. That's a very large file. It's something that's prohibitive from just minting on its own, or there are some other restrictions that kind of in the early versions of what we're seeing here is the blockchain. It doesn't lend itself well. So kind of what we came up with was this idea that we would split it up and actually kind of allow, rather than having one person become a custodian of this historic, artifact, we would split it up and allow 1,000 people to become a custodian of this, and they can actually come together and have this experience of shared custodianship. Traditionally, when something like this would happen and you would have these objects scanned, it's an organization or some institution, probably the academic or even government run, that's going to hold on to these artifacts and serve as their custodian. Well, this is an experiment in blockchain shared custodianship, really, as far as I'm concerned. We're able to break this up into all these different blocks now, and now you have 1,022 pieces of it that can be brought into AR, VR. Everybody can work together to share. There's a lot of utility that we're talking about, but I'm not going to get into that at this moment. Kind of the concept here is that we can break this apart and really fractionalize something rather than just issuing tokens that say, hey, you own 1,000th of something. We're going to give you your 1,000th of something. And kind of a couple of videos to show the explosion of how it looks. Like, this is showing the entire collection all in one go. It's just a quick Blender animation fly through. It's crazy too, because after having worked with this, the NFT portion of this I've been working on for 9 months now, but the project itself has been going on since June of 2020. So prior to this, I was working with museums, and I went to Europe and I toured with this. I went and scanned Berlin. I opened this at with the Swiss EPFL in Lausanne, and we had this big thing. And I've gotten to know this data so much, but once you slice it, it's a new thing. I don't know how to explain it. It takes on a new life. Each one of these pieces, I started to find things that were set. I didn't slice them this way because one tag said something versus another. I went in and looked at the architecture of it. I turned the textures off and said, if I were to design this and build it and have to fabricate it and ship it somewhere and have it assembled, how would I do it? And I took that approach. So it matches a lot of the lines of the actual monument itself, how it was structured from the sculptures, from the people who sculpted it. But it's kind of a reinterpretation of that. So that's kind of that part. And then we also have kind of this exploded XR experience where you can fly around and actually see some of the blocks in the exploded view to see how they each play off of each other. But you can also zoom in and see some of the individual blocks themselves. Right now it's just in Sketchfab, but we've got everything on our own servers as well we're just waiting to roll out. So you can actually see how each one of these pieces look individually, but yet there's still an opportunity to see it in its whole as well, through either the original scan that we have here. It's kind of the same piece I showed you before, or through different Metaverse experiences. One of the big things, actually, this is from Spatial. Sorry, I just jumped up to the top of the ramps. But here with Spatial, the great thing about that was I was able to actually break up some of the NFTs and show where they came from within the collection. So there's a photograph on the back wall in the gallery that shows where the individual blocks came from, and you can kind of see, how they're all broken up, but yet still part of a bigger idea. And then of course, we go outside and we have the actual full experience here. The nice thing here being that we can add more graffiti to it. We've actually gone in and added a few things, and we plan on having some paint parties and things like that in here as we get closer to Mint. Andy, Musashi, any?
Yeah, I got another thing for you. I definitely do, man. Like, because one of the things as far as coming to MetaFest, and again, thank you, Musashi, for the invitation, and thank you for everybody that put this together and allowing Terry to come show his work. One of the things that made it very interesting, I feel like, as me and Terry talked about this MetaFest, is that obviously Terry has some great gifts and has great abilities with his work, and is looking forward to teaching other people how to get involved with doing this kind of work. But as much as that, Terry, you do know yourself, and I don't think I'm, putting you on blast here, but there are weaknesses that you have as well. And I think that's one of the reasons to come to a MetaFest like this, is to say, hey, I'm able to do this, but, as far as understanding the discords or understanding the different aspects of getting people to even be able to see this work, as beautiful as it is, especially right now with NFTs and the whole market crashing. I just feel like, there's things that, as far as weaknesses, Terry, that people can help you as far as being involved in even the different Neos, for that matter. I think Neos is a big part of it.
Well, I'll say this, there's definitely if you draw up a Venn diagram of people who would be drawn to this, it's a very strange one, right? Like, we've got historic facts, we've got, this metaverse element to it. While they won't all be this way, certainly this first release, this first pilot project, has this huge political element to it as well, simply because of the content. So it's been difficult, I would say, to kind of find our home, I guess would be a good way to say it, and kind of connect with people that are interested in this kind of stuff. That's certainly, Musashi was great in, connecting with me, and I'm very thankful for him bringing me into this world. But yeah, I'm certainly open if others have ideas about how this might, be leveraged in a way that I haven't thought of. Man, I would be all ears. I'm, certainly open to any questions or anything like that, by the way, if anybody has any right now.
Yeah, we actually do have a couple questions in our chat. I also had a question.
Sure.
You are also involved with some educational stuff as well. Could you explain a little bit more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So in 2015, I actually started writing with Maker Media. Prior to that, I was doing maker camps and a few other STEM-based initiatives revolving mostly around drones. The idea was to teach kids how to build drones. It's a very simple, project, a couple days, and then teach them how to fly them and allow their brains to start figuring out new ways for them to be used. Because they are the generation that we're going to come up with the groundbreaking concepts of tomorrow, as far as I'm concerned, and I still feel that way. So that also translates over to this project, because we are going to be working with STEM-based initiatives to bring more classes out and possibly even put out another book, like a whole nother curriculum that others could follow to try to follow in our footsteps of what we're doing.
Yep. And, that's part of being here, like we said. That's kind of why I started to introduce Terry and blockchain relics to Metagame, because I felt very aligned with what Terry was doing. Same with Andy. We have similar goals, similar mindsets, and similar ethos. So I do recommend, if anybody wants to get a hold of Terry, please reach out in the guest shill links under the stage section of our MetaFest server. You can find the links to blockchain relics, the Instagram and the website and all that. And also we have a couple questions in our chat. The first one was from Misant. It says, What are your thoughts on tampering with preservation? Since anyone can now quote preserve, how does the authentication work?
That's a good question. Well, technically, if you want to get down to it, the preservation, we're really doing more of what would be considered digital archiving, right? So we are archiving something at a particular time and date. For example, this one was scanned 4 times over the course of 18 months. Authentication for this one is pretty simple, simply because I'm the only person who was able to scan it, and it was the images of this were plastered across the media worldwide for the 2 years that the battle was going on to have it removed. Which I don't know if I mentioned that, but this monument has since been removed. It's over. It's in the hands of actually a museum at this point, and they're not sure what's going to happen. But moving into other projects, I look forward to actually working with stakeholders that have some interest or some authority over those particular sites that we're talking about scanning. And more importantly, I'm looking forward to setting up a community, possibly a DAO or on Musashi. I know we've been talking about a couple different configurations on how this could be done, but to actually build a community that dictates what the next project is, what needs to be archived and preserved digitally for this today. And if we want to get into the technical, traditional term of preservation, where you actually go out and physically preserve something, maintain it and upkeep it, or whatever, that could possibly be a mechanism that we do through the nonprofits that we talk about, because all of these monuments usually have some type of nonprofit associated with it that is in charge of maintenance and taking care of it and kind of overseeing it, being its custodian.
That's awesome. Yeah. And we have another question from Bogey or Borg.
Yep.
Who's ever changing? Oh, you can ask your own question.
Yeah, I know. I was waiting ever so patiently. Hi, Terry. Thank you once again for being here. Really grateful you're here.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Question's a teeny weensy little bit cheeky, and it's in regards to the small fact of the alternative Sketchfab like platform you mentioned briefly about rolling out soon. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that, if that's possible.
Yeah, sure. So it's going to be based on, we're designing an entire front end actually that's based loosely on this. It's going to be a much more populated version of this. All of the blocks will be clickable, and instead of I think this is maybe 9 points that you can move around right now to navigate it, it's going to be something like 32, I believe is the number that we finally landed on. But this will allow you to go around, and in each section you'll be able to click on one of the blocks and it will open up something, but rather than open it up from Sketchfab, it will be my own version of something that we're using running on our own server, so we will be hosting all of our own assets. That gives us a lot of flexibility for a lot of stuff too.
Just thinking about it, sometimes I just have an idea when someone's showing me something super awesome. I was wondering, have you thought of potentialities of leveraging the power of IPFS for storage or?
Absolutely, yeah, and that's certainly something that I want to do. I think for this first one, I kind of want to get. I look at this as a long play. I don't see this first pilot project being the end of this. I see a lot of evolution as this continues, and it's certainly something that I plan on leveraging. We might do there's some things I can't quite mention yet for reasons why I need to have this on my own server, but I'm thinking of also having a duplicate backup on IPFS, just simply because it aligns with our ethos of having this publicly available asset that we want to share.
Yeah, and I don't want to give away any possible leaks that could come out later on, but I will say, there are potentialities of use case of these NFTs, these blocks that kind of connect to what has already happened. When we're looking at these blocks right here, why does that block have a smiley face on it? Why?
Right.
Because someone came along and said, this statue is not what I believe it should represent. This is what I think it should represent. And they painted it on there. And so some blockchain use cases later on might be able to represent something like coming up to a wall and spray painting what you thought about it.
Right. Yeah, and I'm glad you bring that up too, because there's a lot of different things that can be scanned. Throughout my career I've scanned artifacts for the U.S. State Department. I'm talking George Washington's medals and small handheld, silver skippets for peace treaties and, insane things. And then all the way up to entire cities or blocks. These are a lot of buildings I've done. This right here is one I'm actually really proud of. This is a first-hand experience of fundraising by raising awareness through this type of technology. It's a nonprofit group that I'm working with, where this is an 1885 Frank Furness designed, he's a famous architect from Philadelphia, train station that's not far from my house. And through a series of 3D scans, as well as 360 virtual tours where we can go around and look on the inside, we were able to generate enough interest at a state legislative level to actually get funding after 23 years of effort, where they raised I think a total of $100,000 after 23 years of effort. The first year that I came on and started employing this type of tech, they raised $850,000, and we're done with the project now. Well, we're done fundraising. We're ready to start construction. But that's just I think a testament of what the storytelling power is of this type of technology, and what we're able to relay to people that are anywhere, not just within a certain physical, geographic, distance to a location.
It seems these days, location is becoming more of an intangible topic, like locations. It's not always where you're at. It's like where you could be in VR or something, or on a web page, or
Absolutely. So, for example, this is something that I did from the Berlin Wall. It's East Side Gallery section of the Berlin Wall. It's kind of a really famous painting. Everybody stops and does a kiss in front of this, and after I made the model, they kiss in front of it. Somebody takes their pictures. Well, I was actually able to port this model over into AR. Now you can do the same thing with my AR experience, where it has occlusion, and you and your lover can embrace in front of it, or your best friend, whoever, right? And pose for a shot. So and then by the same token, Andy mentioned VCon earlier. I just happened to be a VCon, and I found myself with an extra 15 minutes. I was like, wow, there's this cool mural out here. Like, why don't I just go ahead and 3D scan that? And you can actually see it was made up of tiny little, I think they were 8-inch by 8-inch, or maybe 12-inch by 12-inch little tiles. But come on, that's exactly like what I just did in a lot of ways. Like, if you just cut each one of those tiles out, it's as soon as I saw that, it was
cool.
blowing my mind. Yeah. But this was 15 minutes.
Yeah, and he
for me
did
to
that
do this.
while we were just hanging out. We went back after VCon. We're at the hotel room, and he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna just real quick make this into this," and I'm like, "Okay, all right, whatever you're doing over there, man. I'm gonna check my messages in Discord real quick, I guess."
Right.
This is
but
dedication.
all kinds. Yeah, and, one of the other things that I did while I was in Germany that man, this one really moved me. I grew up, graffiti was always part of my culture. I was a writer when I was young, and while it's not something I do today, it's still something that I follow the culture of. And one thing I've learned when I visited a place in Berlin called Mauer Park is that this section of wall that they preserve there is a graffiti hotspot, and it's not illegal. It's actually kind of a rite of passage. These young kids come there at 8 years old and learn how to use a spray can with their dad. But as a result of this, there's only so much wall space. The pieces last maybe 3 days, if you're lucky. Usually you come in, if you do it on a Friday, it's gone by Sunday. You might get an extra day if you do it in the middle of the week. But I started scanning some of these pieces that they were doing in Mauer Park, and this is the only way that this is going to be preserved this way. Like, this was gone before I even left Berlin. This was probably covered over twice before I left Berlin, to be honest with you. And I have an entire series of those I was able to capture. So I see so many different use cases for this technology and bringing these assets into the metaverse that I'm just excited to be here and talking about this with you guys, and hope somebody else has some input on this.
I mean, personally, I think photogrammetry as a whole is like how we warp drive everyone. Well, the accessibility for everyone to like 3D model or make 3D art and stuff. I really
Sure.
feel I mean, because it's on like the iPhone 13. Like, give it a couple more years, everyone's gonna be
Exactly.
able to. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's kind of like, you know what I mean? Like, everyone's taking like there could be a new trend of like a 3D selfie or like AR selfie. I don't know. I'm spitballing here, but yeah, that's something I personally want to get into. Like, to be fair, last year there was an app called Display.land on Android, and it
Yep.
was photogrammetry, but unfortunately that project it they shut it down, and
Right.
it's kind of sad. Like
The
because
processing requirement to photogrammetry is still pretty intense. I mean,
Yeah.
The reason I don't have a webcam right now is because I'm actually on my work computer. It's just, fully built out. 120 gigs of RAM, 3090. Yeah. I mean, I've just completely built it out, but it's just for this type of stuff. But since I have all my assets here, it's easier for me to work off of this. But that is going to change, though, and I'll tell you what's happening. AI. It's always the merging of all these different emerging techs, right? AI is going to play a huge part in this, and NVIDIA is already leading the way for that. So if you remember earlier, I mentioned that monument took me 1,000 photos to scan.
Yeah.
Imagine if now it took you 20 photos, because you can use AI to figure out what photos you missed in between the 20 that you
Fill
did
in the
take.
gaps, like.
Exactly.
I'm
It's
with you,
like
man. I'm with you.
if you're familiar with motion graphics, it's like tweening in between your keyframes.
Exactly.
It's just filling all that data in for you with the AI, and some of the results are mind blowing already. And we're just at the it's not even first generation. It's alpha at this point. It's not even the beta. It's devs testing it, but it's showing where we're going, and I give it 5 years, and we're going to be able to scan pretty much anything, probably with our phones, if not definitely with a drone.
Yeah. Drones are actually like something I've always had a twinkle in my eye, a fancy for. I like we put things on pedestals and we'll look at them. It's something I want to do, and I need to give it time. But yeah, I want to get into drones.
It's a lot of fun. It really is. It can be a little daunting now because there's so many legalities behind it, and you definitely have to look at your local legislation, see what to do. But it really is a lot of fun, though. I mean, it just gives you a completely different perspective on the world.
I got a question real quick. Musashi or Unipuff, or if y'all can answer this for me. If he played a video that had sound on it, would we be able to hear the sound? Or is it just like a slideshow kind of thing?
Yeah,
I could play the video through what I'm doing, but that would
Okay, I don't know if you want to send it to him, but I'd really like you, Terry, to show everybody before we leave the little video that you did for this NFT drop. I think it is, like, with you talking about the sound and you talking about the situation there, it's really intense as far as just being able to feel like the energy. Because one more thing before you play this, if it works, Terry can tell you that this piece of graffiti art is considered the greatest piece of graffiti art in this century. Aren't I right? Like, as far as Tom putting that out?
Yeah, what he's talking about is that the New York Times in October of 2020 had an article titled "The Top 25 Most Influential Pieces of American Protest Art Since World War II." That's a big mouthful, right? But they named this Lee monument in its current state, quote unquote, meaning covered in graffiti and within the state that I'm showing it as scanned, as the #1 piece. It also, I mean, when I maybe I just breezed over it quickly earlier, but when I mentioned that it was on, everywhere as far as the media is concerned, it really was. Even the National Geographic named it as the photo of the year. in their 2020 year of pictures edition. Like they have a special edition every year, like the year in photos kind of a thing. And they named it the photo of the year for that. And all that I have in the Metaverse spaces, as well. I have it in the Somnium space. I don't have it in the other one, but let me see.
Just in case, do you want to
Can you guys hear the audio?
I don't think.
Can you guys hear audio?
Nope.
Yeah.
No. Oh.
Did it come through? Yeah, you want me to send
Did
somebody
it?
a link?
I think it did. I think it did.
did?
So try again.
Okay.
Try again.
No, it's not.
Anything?
Nope.
Really?
Nope.
Not?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
All right. Do I need to send somebody a link?
Yes, please. That would be groovy.
Man, looking at this guy work his magic on the screen. Like, I'll go down
Where
to
am I
share. We like go to your
share it in the chat
Discord.
here.
Right. Where am I? Send this?
Just go to YouTube.
Is there? Here, I can hit it in the chat.
Yep. Sweet.
Yeah, that'll leave
Thank you very
that web page as well. Anyway.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll
Second.
just stop sharing the screen from here.
Okay.
Oh, he's getting bashful.
I sent the link out. Did somebody get it? Unipuff, I think?
Yep, I got the link. Yeah, I'm just putting it in now.
Okay, great.
So you're gonna have to share your screen if you don't mind.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, well.
Righty.
Oh yeah, but this video fires me up, man. You did a really great job of making this.
I'm not sure
marketing.
you'll be able... Oh, sorry, go on.
Go on.
No, I'm saying I'm not sure you'll be able to hear the video from my... I think we might run into the same problem, but it's you'll be able to hear it on the live stream.
Okay, cool. That's good.
Sweet. I'll just wait till you
But,
watch it.
but, but you won't be able to. So you put what is the idea? He's gonna put the video up, and then
Yeah, it's ready to go. Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
but nobody will be able to see it on your screen. He needs to put it up on his screen. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, so I'm playing it on the live stream, so everyone can see it. That's listening to us right now and us here as well. So I'll just wait for you to watch it and then catch up, and then I'll hit play, and then we could all watch it.
Okay, sounds good. So I just need to share it from my screen as well, is what you're saying.
Or you could watch the stream and we could all watch it together.
Okay, that's fine. Yep, I'll watch the screen. Stream, go ahead. I'm ready when you are.
Sweet. Oh, is it? Are we getting audio?
No, I'm
really.
not.
Okay, hold on.
I'm not getting anything.
Second.
Well, we can share the video with everybody who's watching.
Oh, I can fix it. 1 second.
That's true.
To watch it on their own. If
There you go. That's good.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a good point.
Definitely. I'll pop the link in the main stage chat. But I think I fixed it. I'm gonna try again.
Okay.
I'll start again.
was a lot of work. It took, there was no straight path there. It took a lot of back and forth thought to figure out how we were going to address all the different technical limitations while still creating something that felt real.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, keeping that level of fidelity is a big task, especially delivering for the web. Yeah,
absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
But I am very impressed by the amount of work that has been put into all of these. It's incredible.
Thank you.
I'm amazed, and I didn't expect you to have more and keep on going. Wow, and they are all very well made, and the website is also amazing.
Thanks.
And I had a question of my own concerning reenactment, historical reenactment, and I would like Terry, your own thoughts on this whole thing, because people are very passionate about this issue, and it is also something that people, let's say, in documentaries, movies, games, and even researchers are very interested in and would kill for a way to have access to a sort of digital artifact that is so granular as what you have done. It's great. So I want to know what your approach concerning reenactment is, because seeing this video also in kind of made the wheel stirring in my head. That's this an interactive maybe element that can be put into the whole aspect of reenactment that I'm not sure how to do well. There's a lot of possibilities. So what do you think?
I think that there's a lot of I think there are a lot of potential, a lot of potential use cases there. I'll tell you about one project that I'm actually consulting on right now. It's out of Australia. It's the University of Newcastle, and they saw, they had some very similar events take place. Not on the scale that we saw in Richmond, but there was, some monuments that the public didn't agree with. There was, some people who had checkered histories, and they wanted to have it removed. So they've actually taken a similar approach, but what they do, that the monument is still standing there. So rather than providing these people and encouraging people to go out and do something destructive, they've actually scanned it, and now they're building an app that allows you to digitally bring it down, and they're basically building in all these different processes that you can quote unquote remove the statue, whether it be melting it or breaking it into a bunch of pieces, or they have these different things that they're doing. I'm purely kind of the tech consultant on this, how they're doing it, but I do think that if there are people that are just as that being one use case, it is more constructive to do it that way rather than actually going out and potentially causing some physical harm to somebody or breaking laws or it could be used as a way to generate interest for their movement rather than going out and doing something that maybe they regret later. They might have some legal consequences. So I think that's one thing that to look at, and but it's probably one out of 100 or 1,000 possibilities when you think about this. The one thing I will say about 3D capture in and of itself, though, is I do feel it is kind of the most democratic. It removes the bias of perspective that you get with 2D photos. That's the best way I can say this. We think of photos oftentimes as being evidence, but there could still be some bias placed within the framing of said photo. Maybe somebody looks at a scene and they just zoom in on one particular part, or they show it from a different perspective that maybe makes it look a different way or whatever. With 3D, you remove that entirely and you turn that power over to the viewer to come up with their own conclusions. So that, for me, I think is going to make it remain neutral and allow it to be a true historic record rather than some bit of propaganda.
You heard it here, journalists around the world. There's a new way out there.
Yeah. And,
Yeah,
you know, make no mistakes too. These processes are already being used by museums around the world. You know, I've worked at several myself. I've worked on big projects like that, and you know, these you know, digital twins are already being creative, all kinds of things. And I think it should be done by more than just, you know, these institutions and museums. It should be done by everybody.
Okay, I got a good question for you, man, because we're getting closer to the end of this. You know, this is a project that, you know, you're looking forward to release, but, you know, me and Terry have had so many talks that he's so ready to be able to move on to the next thing. You know, he's been dealing with this for the last couple of years of his life, you know, not just within doing this, but within the real world. And then he's bringing it to the blockchain. So, but what do you see, Terry, like when you think about finally being able to get this burden off your back and move forward to your next task? What do you see that being? Where do you see yourself? And I think the community will help you a lot with that. But right now, where do you see that?
You know, I like I said, I do think that I want to let the community help decide that, and even beyond that, I don't think it necessarily has to be me. You know, while I do definitely possess a certain skill set that is not super commonplace throughout the world right now, I think the technology, just even within the next couple of years, is going to equalize that a lot. You know, we see it happen all the time. It's just across every industry. As the tech becomes better, others will be able to do this. But if you're asking what I'm going to scan next, if that's what you're asking, I've got a few things in mind. One of them, I don't know if anybody's ever heard of the Georgia Guidestones, but if you have not heard of that is something to Google. It's a good rabbit hole to fall down. I will just briefly say that it's an anonymous monument, you know, huge monument that's, you know, tens of tons.
It's not technically anonymous. It has a name on it. It's like
yeah,
H.R. Christian or something.
Right. Basically, somebody in the 70s, I believe it was, went out and paid for this thing in cash to be built and paid off for this land and then donated it and put 5 huge slabs of granite, which this is also the granite capital of the world, apparently, or at least of North America. And on it's 4 slabs standing straight up, and then it's another slab, kind of a capstone on top of the 4. And on each of the 4 slabs are 10 modern day commandments written in 8 different modern day languages. And across the capstone, there is 4 ancient languages, you know, basically stating that these are instructions for whoever inherits this world. And one of, you know, there's all kinds of things, but the one big controversial one is that there's to maintain a balance with nature, you should keep the human population below, I think it's like 500,000 or something really low like that, way lower than what we are now. So that one line just drives people crazy, and there's a lot of discussion around that. But I think it's just perfect. I you know, personally, I'm kind of drawn towards the mystery behind it, and you know, it's in Georgia. It's a beautiful part of the country, so why not? I'm gonna drive down there and scan it.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Got another question in the chat. How does one participate or contribute to 3D capture?
The best thing to do right now is to follow us on Twitter, link up with us on Twitter. It's BC Relics, at BC Relics. And, you know, I'm going to be posting information there about how to do this, but if you get on YouTube, there's all kinds of tutorials about photogrammetry. That's probably the process that you want to, the term you want to Google. 3D scanning with a phone. There's a number of apps that do it, especially if you have one of the newer apps that has LiDAR sensor built into it. You know, that's a way. It's not a very accurate measurement. That's still very early generation for that tech, but it starts you on that process. You know, any scan is better than no scan, in my opinion. So I'd rather see a phone scan of something than none.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Super awesome work, Terry.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
to tell you the truth, as far as coming to a close here, to everybody that got involved, we'd like to, thank y'all again for having Terry over here to be a part of this. And as I said, if anybody would like to reach out to him that have, similar ideas or want to learn about this, I mean, I think in this space, what I've learned is everybody only makes everybody better. There's so much that each of y'all have learned that I have no idea about, but and there's things that I'm working on, but I think we just all make each other better. And if anybody wanted to reach out to Terry and say, hey, what have you thought about this? I think y'all could get into an interesting conversation that could only make each of the people better. So anybody that wants to reach out, he's here to become a part and learn about this type of the community, because he's been out working on drones and hasn't been able to meet people like y'all. So I'm looking forward to him getting to talk to people with his skill set.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what it's all about, right? It's about, sharing these ideas and these concepts with like-minded people. And, you're absolutely right. Like, I've been I say I've been involved in this space for a year now. It's been just a little over a year, but I've been in the background just working, trying to figure this all out. When a year ago, last March, the concept was completely different than what you're looking at right now. It was 2D based. It was, it was completely different. And honestly, at heart, I'm a photographer, and what's always driven me about photography is to capture new, unique shots. And that's what gets me so excited about this AR, kind of as this is playing out, I'm letting this video play in the background. But this app that I've developed to allow people to take some of these blocks and use them in new contexts to, like this right here, this is inside the Smithsonian at a exhibit that they have. And one of the best things you see in the background, it's all this protest signs. Well, I put one of our protest signs in the AR inside of that same exhibit, and then actually shared it with the Smithsonian. They loved it. It's like this whole thing going on. I can't get into deep talks about that, but there has been some discussion with the Smithsonian as well as another institution to become custodians of the other scans of the 4 that I've done with this. So this is just the one scan from January of 2021. It's actually January 3rd, 3 days before the insurrection happened that we're reading about. There it is right there. That's the wait a minute, let me back that up just a second. This is our protest sign down here in AR, in 3D, laid inside of the Smithsonian's protest sign exhibit that they have at the National History Museum. And that's another element too. We were trying to push for a lot of in real world exhibits of this too. So please, if anybody is plugged into that world, I've got a couple of artists that I'm working with already in some museums and universities, but I'm always up for talking with anybody else that has interest in that area. And this one is kind of iconic right here. I don't know if anybody here is U.S. based and remember the day that they leaked the Roe v. Wade. I just happened to be the day that I went to D.C. for a photo shoot with this app. And as I was walking back to the train station, I heard the protests going on. So that's actually the Supreme Court in the background with, this historic moment going on. And I was able to put another historic moment inside of this historic moment. And if there's anything more meta than that, I don't know what it could be, but
this is super meta.
Yeah. So that's kind of that. And with that, that's kind of all I had. I'm open for any kind of questions if anybody has them, or we can all just fuck off and go drink beer or something. I don't care.
Could use a beer right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe this is what we should do right now, like
crack open a cold one.
Crack open a cold one.
That's what we were doing in Neos earlier.
Yeah, I saw that. I was jealous.
Oh, dude, Misashi almost called you out, man. I saw you throw a beer on the ground, Misashi. You just threw it on the ground, man.
Dude, what better place for a non-drinker who doesn't pollute the environment to drink a beer and just smash it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
get to live out
Catharsis.
Yeah, exactly. That's great.
Yeah, I like what
Well, hey,
Terry was about to say. You were living out your dreams. Like, this is the Metaverse Musashi that just doesn't give a crap, man.
Oh, just you wait.
Absolutely. Well, hey, listen, thanks so much, everybody, for having me on. And I appreciate it. It's beyond kind of you to invite me in here to, give me a few minutes to talk about something that I feel passionate about. Again, like I said, for me, it's all about getting this out about recording history. It's not necessarily about my project, but if you're interested in learning more, you can go to blockchainrelics.io. That is my website, and we're trying to keep it up to date. We haven't minted yet, but we'll release some information there. You can also follow us on Twitter and, kind of just stay in touch that way.
Awesome, will do. I'm gonna follow you right now.
Appreciate it.
That's for sure.
Once again, from myself thank you.
Thank you.
And from everyone else, we thank
Yeah,
you.
man.
MetaFam thanks you. Musashi, thank you for this wonderful, and it's on the list. You just keep bringing up these cool people, man. It's ridiculous. Like,
Musashi's the best.
Yeah.
He really is.
Musashi's the best, man. Like, for real. Like, thank you,
It's
Unipuff.
my
Thank
own
you.
bridge builder, baby.
Bam. My guy. But yeah, Unipuff, you, man. Thank you. Nova, thank you.
Yeah.
But
Good old
thank
Nova.
everyone for watching. Like, yeah, we couldn't have done it without you guys. So yeah.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much. We'll talk soon.
Awesome.
Take care.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day, everybody.
You too. Take care. Enjoy your weekend.
Yeah.
You too. And thank you, Unipuff and Bogey. Great job hosting today. It's been a wonderful day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big love to
It's
everyone.
amazing.
Yep.
Peace out.
Toodaloo. From us, we'll be back tomorrow. Oh yeah. All right.